So for all departments that are here, as you are called up to speak or as your department is brought up, we have chairs sitting over here for everyone with microphones already ready to go. You'll just come up to the table. You'll know because your department will be listed on the slide. Pretty easy.
Test, test.
You see the agenda?
Good evening, everyone, and welcome. This is a special session of Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas. Today is August 19th, 2025. Before I call the meeting to order, I want to announce that some commissioner staff and the public are attending remotely via Zoom, by phone. Some are also on site. All participants joining by phone, I ask that you please mute your phones at this time when not speaking, and this is to avoid any background noise. During the meeting, please make sure that you announce yourself by name and title every time you speak, so the public that is participating knows exactly who is speaking. And when speaking, please make sure that you speak at a level that is where it can be captured by our clerk for record. This is critical given the number of remote participants and its current guidance from the Kansas Attorney General's office. I'll now call this meeting to order. Clerk, can you announce the meeting and roll call, please?
Evening. You're hereby notified that a special meeting of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas is scheduled to be conducted in a hybrid format on Tuesday, August 19th, 2025 at 5 p.m. for a budget workshop in the fifth floor conference room of the Municipal Office Building, 701 North 7th Street, Kansas City, Kansas. Roll call. Burrows.
Here.
Townsend.
Present.
Burns.
Here.
Ramirez. Hill.
Here.
Kane. Lopez.
Here.
Bites.
Here.
Davis.
Here.
Bynum. Here. Garner.
Here. Thank you. Tonight is another scheduled meeting as we continued our series of budget workshops for the 2026 budget. As we try and get to a level where hopefully this information will allow our commissioners to be able to make an informed decision for the 2026 budget. I'll turn it over to our county administrator, Mr. David Johnson.
As we started last week's discussion, we're going to start it off with our budget director, Reginald Lindsay. Mr. Lindsay.
Thank you, David. Today, we're going to cover fire, police, district courts, building and logistics, health department, neighborhood resource center, public works, community corrections, emergency management, and then we'll also discuss the dedicated sales tax. As last week, we're going to discuss the budgets for these departments. What will happen is budget will give a brief overview for those departments, and then departments will be invited up to dig more detail into their budgets. Some of this information that we will go through is information that you can definitely find within your budget document for the departments. So in the budget document, we do have budget narratives, which include like strategic goals for departments for 2026 and also financials for departments. And that information starts on page 141 within your budget document. And then also a little later on, Michael Peterson will be covering the dedicated sales tax. And that information can also be found within your budget document, which within the financial summary section on page 78 and page 140. So some of the assumptions for tonight and general points. The budget data being presented is based on the funds the unified government is required to certify to the state of Kansas. The certified funds are detailed in the budget document's financial summary, which starts on about page 79 in the budget document. And the department budgets reflects portions of tax levy and general funds and restricted funds such as special revenue and enterprise. And they are excluded from the pie charts that we will cover tonight. So first department that we're going to talk about tonight is District Court. District Court is funded within on the county side of the budget. They have a total county budget of $2.8 million. They have FTE account of 11 FTEs. Also, the department hierarchy consists of district courts, process servers, and also court trustee reports up to them. And court trustee is a special revenue fund that operates based on the revenue that it brings in. And 2026 budget impacts, there are no impactful increases there, but budget is pretty stagnant outside personnel increases. Some key notes for the district court's budget is majority of district court's expenses are contracted services, which are 61%. And that includes attorneys for juveniles, court-appointed lawyers, and then jurors, mileage and stipends at 128,000. And so we can kind of see up at the top, the pie chart breaks out where personnel is 11% and or 28%, and then the contractual services end up being 61%. Of the tax levy funds, they're about 2% on the county side, and then of the general fund, they make up about 3%. And joining us, we have Anita Peterson. If you all have any questions of her about her budget, or if she'd like to share anything.
Commissioner Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Peterson, I see in the budget that the juror mileage and stipends is lower than it was years ago. What is the impact because there's not many jury trials anymore?
That's correct. We haven't had that many jury trials.
Do you know how
since
many?
COVID. Pardon me?
Do you know how many you've had since
No, I
January?
don't know right off the top of my head.
Could you get that information for us?
Certainly can.
I've heard that it's less than 10.
I don't think, I think we've had more than 10 this year, but I'll double check for you.
Okay, thank you. And I guess the chief judge couldn't make it tonight,
He had a prior commitment.
did he? Okay.
If there's any more questions, thank you, Anita.
There is a good thing when someone's department comes back with the same budget of the prior year. It makes our job a lot easier. But thank you, Ms. Peterson.
Thank you.
Next department we're going to discuss is community corrections. Community corrections is also a department on the county side of the budget. Total budget in the county is $2 million. One thing about community corrections, they do have a majority of their dollars that does come from grant funding. FTEs that they have funded are almost 17. The department hierarchy consists of alcohol, drug treatment, community corrections, and also pretrial services. Some of their 2026 budget impacts include pretrial service house arrest operational increase needs at almost $28,000. Some key notes about their budget is personnel is the largest portion of community corrections budget at 81%. Contractual services are in community corrections are 17% of the budget. And we can see community corrections as far as on the county side of the tax levy funds makes up about 1%. And also coming from the county general fund is less than 1%. And we have the department director, Phil Lockman, here to discuss community corrections and stand for any questions if you all have any.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner.
Thank you, Mayor. Question, the special alcohol tax is in your program now. I know it used to be that we would put out a grant application, but I know that that now all is internally used Do you know offhand the dollar amount that is these days?
Oh, I know let's see here. I think the numbers I'm showing are 587,000. And we use, those monies are all used to support our two drug courts and part of our behavioral health court,
Okay.
which are above and beyond what are the normal parameters of what we do, but it's a very valuable service in that it helps with the easing of the overloading of the criminal justice system and also in general, but specifically with the jail, with the turnaround of people that are as they refer to as the constant flyers or the frequent flyers, and the behavioral health where they just kind of come in and roll through, and the same with the drug court. Our drug courts are a little different than average in the nation. The average drug court in the United States, and I would say probably 95% of them are adjudication, in that they're a diversion process that if the person goes through, they complete it and they get through. And they have very, very high success rates because they're dealing with first-time offenders, low level. All of our people are 100% would have gone to prison because of their non-compliance on probation because of their continued drug use. So we really are hitting those ones that are the ones that tie up a lot of police time, jail time.
Thank you very much.
And Commissioner Bynum, that's a $955,000 budget?
Oh, I see. 955 budget, but 587 or so is the actual special alcohol tax? Or is that all alcohol tax?
That is the special alcohol fund tax? Yes,
950, it's almost $1 million.
yes.
Wow. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
I have a question. Your budgeting impact at 27,860. Is that the only increase that to your overall budget, or?
Yeah, I think that's in the pretrial. I think that's, if you look at our pretrial is to say that we operate on a wing and a prayer is kind of an understatement. We had originally 10 staff. We lost one last year because of the budget process, the reduction. So we went from 3 surveillance officers to 2 that run out and check on offenders in the community. We've got, so we're down to 9 staff, but our operations money is very, very small. If you look at it per capita, we have, I think 30, we put we have about 60,000 in contractual is really one of the biggest expenses in our operation. And that's the fees that we pay to the monitoring companies for our electronic monitoring hookups. And so that's, if you remove that and then our 24,000 from maintenance of our vehicles, keeping them running or and placement of them, we've got about only about $24,000 or $25,000 to support the office for office supplies, gas, and everything. And I think that's where the increase was this year, was to help give us some breathing room, because we have to scrape and beg and borrow to replace computers, which are very vital to our work.
So I guess last year's budget, budget director was about 2,005,553. Would that be correct? If they're only asking for a $27,860 increase?
Yeah, and there would be some more increases as far as like personnel
Yep.
costs going up, but it's not something that Phil would have asked for.
Yeah, and our budget for the pre-trials, just about $1 million, a little over $1 million.
I guess I'm just looking at the $2,033 or $2,033,413.
The rest of that money, we have general fund money that pays for our behavioral health court. The two positions we'd had going back decades that we used for diversion money, and then we converted that years ago to support two positions that are both, one is the coordinator and one is actually the behavioral health and probation officer for our mental health caseload. And so that's a chunk of that money. Well,
I guess for our budget, is this information, does it accurately reflect the personnel cost increase on this total budget?
So the personnel costs would be in that. So their budget for 2025 was 1.99 million, and this one's going up to 2 million, the 2,033,000.
Thank you. Commissioner Davis?
Thank you, Mayor. And Mr. Bachman, thank you for the work that you and your department do. I would just say kind of broadly, in the actual budget that is on the UG website, the figures are different. There's like a $6 million budget. And so it's different from what we're discussing, and it's different from the current work tag report. Is there a reason why, or is that just?
well, we have about $6.2 million in grants from the state of Kansas.
Okay, so what we're looking
In
at,
addition, what these monies here are for pretrial house arrest unit, which existed prior, we absorbed it 20 years ago.
I see.
Regular county department. The positions for the behavioral health court and the drug court that we utilize, those are for the drug courts, but
Gotcha. I guess to our budget staff, I just want to make sure. So there's grant dollars that also supports community corrections, but those grant dollars are not reflected in this current slide.
That is correct.
Okay.
And those grant dollars are $4.5 million.
Okay, that explains the $6.5 million.
I don't know if you're looking at the department page on your,
Yes, I'm looking at both the work tag and.
so if you look like in the middle part of the budget, it says expenditures by fund.
Mhm,
On that page, it'll tell you the funding breakout of the
Gotcha.
departments, and you can see county general fund has $1 million. Special alcohol program has 946,000, and then community correction
Correction.
grants, 1.5 million.
Yep.
That'll give you a funding breakout there.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure because I know folks are looking at different kind of budgetary items. So the grants are not reflected here, but we're just talking about what the general fund, what our taxes pay for. Thank you, Mayor.
And one of the reasons we do that, Commissioner Davis, is because what we want to show to the commission are dollars that you all can control and adjust within this budget process.
Good. I think it would be helpful too is a cost comparison year to year. I mean, I know we're looking at the projected 2026 budget, but it'd be good to have something on here that also showed what last year's budget, the previous year, our current year's budget is, and how that compares to what's being recommended.
And one of the things that we do have, Mayor, the page that Commissioner Davis and I were just talking about, it does show the 2024 actuals. And then the work tags that are showing the details on everybody's budget, it does show the 2024 actuals also.
I understand. I'm just saying for these slides.
Okay, all right.
Public, that's watching. Thank you. Commissioner Lopez?
It's just a quick question for you. When individuals are out on parole, is that something you guys watch too?
could you repeat that?
When individuals are out on parole, is that something that's under your blanket?
By parole, my definition of parole is that they're released from a state prison.
State or federal, yeah.
That, yeah, okay, yeah, because that's parole and probation is what we do prior to someone going to prison if they're revoked, if they're not doing what they're doing. But we have no parole services for adults. State of Kansas Department of Corrections does that. Now, on the juvenile side, we provide parole services out of the youth center in Topeka. But it's, since we did juvenile justice reform 12 years ago, our caseload dropped by about 400 youth. And so right now we only have about anywhere from 30 kids at the most, usually at the correctional facility. So we have very few, but we do provide parole services for juveniles.
What about adults?
No,
So that's all in the state.
yes, that'd be the Department of Corrections.
So when, okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Phil. Our next department is the Health Department, which is also on the county side of the budget. The Health Department does have a tax levy fund that is strictly dedicated to it, but also there's some funding in the county general fund for the coroner that funds the Health Department's budget. So they have a total budget of $5.1 million. They have funded FTE count of almost 32 FTEs. The department hierarchy includes health administration, clinical services, public health, community health, and the county coroner. 2026 capital improvement plan includes a first floor bathroom renovations, $75,000. Some keynotes are the largest portion of the health department's budget is personnel at 62%. Contractual services is next at 28%. 15% of that are autopsies. Personnel and contractual services make up most expenses in the health department in three main cost centers: environmental health administration, women, infants, and children, and also early childhood. Budget costs by category is 62% of personnel again. And then contractual service, you can see in the pie chart, is 28%. Of the county tax levy funds, Health Department makes up 4% of that. In the county general fund, it makes up 1%, and most of that is from the coroner. Also, the Health Department is one of those departments that they do get a majority of their funding from grants. And again, what we're showing is what our state certified funds provide to the health department. And we have the health department team here to answer any questions if you all want to pose any. And then also if they want to share anything, they're definitely welcome to also.
Commissioner Lopez?
If you could tell me about the coroner, I think he's been privatized, but how does this fall under the budget as far as the coroner is concerned?
Terry Garrison, the interim director for the health department. The coroner's office just recently came up under the health department about 2 years ago. Is that about right, Reggie? And their budget, the coroner himself is a flat contracted amount. So he does not get paid like per autopsy or per death or anything like that. It's a flat contracted rate that is it goes through the process of purchasing.
So he has a flat contract rate for 4 or 5 other counties too?
I can't speak to the other counties. I can only speak to our contract. And so in our contract it's for the whole year and it's based on that. It's not based on the number of deaths or the number of autopsies or anything like that.
It's like a contract and I got you.
Yeah.
It's just like I got you. What?
We're going to pay you $27,000 this year to be our coroner.
However many autopsy he does is just a flat.
That is through forensic medical.
Right.
And they're the ones that do the autopsies.
So if, let's say we give him 30,000 a year, if he does 1,500 autopsies, it's still the same money. That you're saying.
For his services, not for forensic medical.
I'm talking about his service.
Pathologist.
Talking about his services.
Yes.
Now, the forensic you were just talking about, is that at that location too?
It's at the same location, forensic medical, yes.
So now there's more money on that one?
They are per autopsy.
So he has a flat rate and also charges per autopsy.
It's two different contracts. So we have the coroner's contract, which is for his services, his state required services, statutory services. Then you have a contract with forensic medical to do the pathology autopsies. He determines if one is necessary. He determines what the cause of death is based off of the pathologist, the autopsies and the pathology that the forensic medical does.
Okay. So forensic medical, do they have their own flat rate too, or is it just by?
It's per autopsy. And depends on how deep of an autopsy they do. If they just do external autopsy, they can see there's 5 gunshot wounds. You know, they don't have to go any deeper. If it's, they have to do the blood work to determine a poison or something like that, or a overdose or something, then of course there's, you know, additional costs.
Interesting. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Burns.
Yeah, this is just a point of information. Some of my constituents over the age of 70 has asked, when is the best time to get a flu shot to make it effective in the wintertime?
Well, we actually recommend about mid-September, and because you want 2 weeks for your body to create the antibodies to the influenza virus, and by October, by the 1st of October.
And is there a new strain of COVID that hasn't been addressed yet about what the COVID shot would be?
Not that I'm aware of at this time.
Okay. And at what point, is it the RSV shot for the elderly?
Yeah.
Okay. When would that be a good time?
About the same time that you would get your influenza shot.
Did you get them both at the same time?
Yes,
Problem?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And the COVID would be when?
It would be around the same time, just,
All of them about mid-September?
yes.
Okay.
Because you would want that in place before the increase in the respiratory viruses outbreak.
Okay, that's good information for those people that are over 70.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you all for the important work. I know our health department, there's been a lot kind of thrown at you all recently. Can you all, to the best of your knowledge, just provide an update on there's a measles situation and tuberculosis situation that you all have had to handle in partnership with the state? Where are we right now as a community?
Well, fortunately, there has not been another measles case found in the metropolitan area at all, any of the local jurisdictions. And as far as in the state of Kansas, down in South Central Kansas, there hasn't been a new case since the middle of July, I believe. And so we're really kind of looking at, and I hesitate to say it, but we're looking at that we may be past that concern at this point in time. So that's where we are with the measles right now. We're not, we still want everybody to get vaccinated appropriately and have their MMR. And we're still working with the school districts to ensure that all of the school age kids have their vaccine, all of their vaccines, not just the MMR. And I'm sorry, I missed the other question.
Oh, tuberculosis, just where we are there as well.
Oh, well, Currently, right now, we're still not doing the tuberculosis investigations. It's still at the state level. We have, through Administrator Johnston, asked for that to be reinstated to the health department. We believe, and statutorily, we believe that that should return back to the health department at the local jurisdiction, so we know what's going on in our own community borders. But at this point in time, that's not occurred yet.
I know you all received a significant amount of dollars from the American Rescue Plan Act, and some of those positions were funded through those grants. In this current budget that we have, are any of those positions you all are requesting to be funded through the general fund or through non-grant dollars?
No, the American Rescue Plan funds ended in December of 2024, as did all of our ARPA fund positions. We did retain 3 of those positions on grant funding. So we had 2 health educator positions that went to a grant that we received through Health and Human Services for prep education in the middle schools. We also had a 3rd position for a health equity task force coordinator position, which we have funded through a combination of Wyandotte Health Foundation funding and the Hall Family Foundation funding. So there is no positions left through the American Rescue Plan.
Okay. What about AmeriCorps? I know kind of nationally, this has been a huge issue, and you all have relied on AmeriCorps as well for some grant funding for positions. What's the latest on that?
So yes, our AmeriCorps grant funds were pulled back in the end of April, very abruptly, very unprecedentedly. And so that we only have 2 positions in the health department funded under that. One was a supervisor and one was a coordinator. The coordinator position at that time was vacant. So obviously we didn't need to do anything with that. The supervisor position was then she applied for. We had an additional grant funding in our Healthy Families McVie funds. And so she applied for that position and was selected as the best candidate. And so she transitioned from the AmeriCorps Vista grant over to our McVie grant. And so that AmeriCorps Vista grant, when we lost the funding, we did not continue funding any positions. It has now come back.
Can I ask about that? Yeah.
It has now come back. And so this current, what we can do is continue that grant that we were in that got stopped. We can continue that. It will officially, that grant year will officially end on September the 8th. We are asking, we have sent in the application to continue the AmeriCorps Vista program through September 8th to September 7th of 2026. So we have applied for continuation of that grant and that program. But currently we don't have any staff in that program.
Gotcha.
We're waiting to see what happens.
Yes, thank you. Last thing I'll say, to our interim director, you're doing amazing job, Ms. Garrison, so thank you. I do look forward to us hiring permanent directors, just so that there is just a continuity of leadership. And I've had conversations with our county administrator about the importance. You all in your department, you're not the only one that is dealing with that reality, but I just want to make sure and get this on record. The hiring freeze will be lifted, or at the very least will be dealt with once this budget is voted on. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure because we have a lot of positions that are very key to the leadership of our community that need to be filled. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Lopez and Commissioner Bynum.
Yeah, maybe, Commissioner Davis might have asked this a certain way, but, might be the same question, I'm not sure, but what concerns you the most that sticks out that like, okay, we need to focus on, is there, that per an outbreak, is there something that concerns you the most that seems like nobody's listening to you in a way? Is there anything that concerns you the most?
As far as concerns me the most right now is the fact that we don't have some staffing that we desperately do need. We just recently, our disease investigator specialist just resigned her position, and we've asked to fill that position because that's how that and our epidemiologist position are our two very needed positions, because that's how we monitor if there is an increase, that we're seeing an increase in any number of the 50 different reportable diseases in Kansas. That's the way we are able to monitor it locally to see if we're seeing even gradual increases or something totally different through our Essence surveillance, which is emergency room visits. And we're starting to see, KU is starting to see through their ER additional gastrointestinal bugs or something like that. Then we can start working with those ER docs and saying, okay, what could this be? We can start monitoring that and things like that, or with the infectious disease department at KU. So those two positions are so vital to our functioning, our operations, so that we can, if not get ahead of, at least monitor and know that something's coming down the pike. And staffing, it requires staffing to be able to monitor all the different surveillance processes.
So is there someone with the state that you could work with that already has these, that the hospitals report?
That's the Essence surveillance. That's where the way the ERs report. And then we also have internally, we have a way for the school nurses to report to us. So they do a paper, basically it's a paper report that they fax to us that says, hey, we've had 10 kids out this week with complaining of headaches. We've had, 5 kids out this week with gastrointestinal disturbances or whatever. And we can plot that out on, what schools it is and what
So
symptoms they're seeing.
you're saying pretty much the state would already know that? And they'll reach out to you and say, hey, this is what we got, this is what we found out.
Not on the school report. The school symptomology report comes directly to us. And as far as the other reportable diseases, providers can either report them to the local entity, which is us, or the state. But they do have, there's some of the diseases that they have to report within 4 hours. So like right now, I'm carrying our epi hotline phone with me, because the nurse that generally covers that is going to be gone for the next few days. So, and we don't have backup staffing for that.
You need to look into that pretty quick then, I guess. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. This question is more for Reggie and your team. The first 3 departments that we've looked at so far are funded by county tax levy. Can you just refresh us and share with the public the difference between the tax levy and the general fund, please?
So there is the county general fund, which is also a tax levy itself. And then there is like the health department, which does have its own health levy. And there are some more as far as like aging has there's the aging levy. And basically what those are, they have property tax that they levy, and that is the funding for those specific funds. You do have aging, which has a tax levy, and it does fund the aging department and also transit. But the health department's levy strictly funds the health department. The reason that you have transit and the aging department funded by the aging levy fund is because they're both providing services to the aging population.
And when you describe that, are you saying that the tax levy funds are specified in state law?
Yes, yeah. So they were set up for a particular reason. So you can't just pay, so for like general fund, you may pay for like dispatch out of the general fund. You couldn't pay for like dispatch out of aging or dispatch out of the health levy fund. We have some more funds like WDDS, Development Disabilities, it's a levy fund also. So you can only pay for services for the community for development disabilities out of those funds.
Okay, and so those are levy funds prescribed by state law that indicate you will have a certain tax levy amount for aging, for health, for WDDS, for et cetera, mental health.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis.
Very quickly, you said there were two positions that were very, very key that's needed for your department, Director Garrison. You said the epidemiologist, and then what was the last one?
Disease investigator.
Okay, are they included in this budget?
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
I have a quick, with the information that Commissioner Bynum, just to piggyback off her, what is the total budget of the health department outside of what's presented on the slide?
Just
Management analyst. So including all the grants is, our current inventory is about 12 million, but some of those grants cover multiple years. So, that's outside of the budget levy, which we have on this paper here. And this includes the county coroner and the health levy. Those are two different levied funds.
Okay, thank you.
So if there's no more questions for the health department, we'll move on. Next on our county general fund tour of departments, we have emergency management. Total budget for emergency management is $2 million. Funded FTEs are 5. Department hierarchy there is emergency management, and then also Wyandotte County Radio Communications. For 2026 capital improvement plan, they have an outdoor warning system for $40,000. Some key points within emergency management is largest portion of emergency management budget is contractual services at 61%. 29% of that is radio maintenance, and 13% of that is radio technical support. Personnel is the next largest expense cost at 27%. Also, we can see that of the tax levy funds, the emergency management is 2%. And then of the county general fund, they are also 2%. And we have Matt May and his team here to discuss anything that you all would like to discuss and anything he'd like to discuss also.
I have a question for Mr. May. Most departments, majority of the cost is personnel. Where's this contractual services, it looks like? What does that consist of? And do we constantly go back maybe just to try and get the best deal when you talk about RFPs and
I can talk to that. Thank you, sir. The reason the bulk of our dollars are spent in contractual services is because we have two primary responsibilities in the department. One is to prepare for, respond to, and recover from emergencies. That's the emergency management department side. But we are also managing the public safety radio system. And I know that you've had experience working with our friends at Motorola. That's the system brand that we have. We're kind of tied to them. There are at least two bills that are in the $500,000 each that we get every year for the maintenance and upkeep of that system, both for the subscriber units, that's the radios that are in the cars or on somebody's hip, and then also the infrastructure piece. So the radios that are at the tower sites that we want to maintain literally have to be touched every week to make sure they're maintained correctly and monitored on a 24/7 basis. Those are the contractual services that make up the bulk of those dollars.
It leads me to the next witness. Mark, or any other grant fundings that may be out there, I mean, does that factor into this budget or?
The current equipment that we have doesn't really lend itself to a grant program. If we were doing something like the police department does with body cameras or things like that, that are more, kind of more leading edge, they would. This is not that. This is day-to-day operations, and most grant programs shy away from the supplant perception there.
So I guess the real question is that your actual budget, the 2,046,000?
I'm sorry, which part?
Is that your actual budget? I mean, the 2 million total budget, is that your actual budget? Some of the presentations, it wasn't their actual budget overall. Is that your overall?
That's pretty much it. We don't have any huge expenditures outside of that number. It's like I said, it's kind of about evenly split between the emergency management department and the radio side. That also includes, by the way, the radio side does the money we spend supporting our arrangement with BPU for technical support, and the expenses that go on year after year, replacement of equipment, things like that we have. Those are by that MOU of that agreement that was signed back in 2010, I believe. That is a 75-25 cost share. So we, UG, spend 75% or absorb 75% of those expenses, and BPU gives back us 25%. But conversely, they have 4 technicians and a supervisor that we pay 75-25 out of. And so, and the supervisor, I think, is a 50-50 split. So there's most of that expense is the remainder of those contractual services. So that's not Motorola.
Commissioner Burrows?
Okay. Question I would
Yes, sir.
have is, do you interface with all the other departments, agencies like fire, police, and health department, local hospitals, anything like that?
We do.
Do you get any monies from their departments into your budget, revenue sharing, the fact that you're interfacing with those departments?
We do not. In some cases, it's de minimal use, so it's not really a huge overhead, so to speak. We do charge a few other smaller departments that aren't a part of our taxing entity, if you will, such as the junior college police department, USD 500 police department. We charge them a rate per radio per month, and mostly that's been put aside to help us maintain the radio system. It goes right back into the radio system. It's relatively insignificant compared to the $1 million we spend every year.
Are they dependent on your department as the emergency services? Are those departments dependent on you?
Absolutely. For the operation of the radio system?
Yes.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Okay.
In the agreement that was struck back when this radio system came on, and that was prior to my being here, but not very much prior, was that we would, as a group, I believe rough numbers, it was $25 million. We would rebuild the radio system. It would be a shared asset, again, 75-25 operational split. And that included purchasing the radios to go with it. In most cases, they were either radios that were able to be adapted to the new system, an older radio, or brand new radios. And the public safety entities in particular all got new radios. They got the most modern stuff that was available at the time. We are now 11 years down the road, 12 years down the road, and Motorola has kind of a built-in 10-year planned obsolescence policy. And so recently, we went through to every department that we had provided radios to in the past. So that exempts those two other smaller units, and provided them replacement radios, because eventually those radios were going to go so far out of service, so out of production and then out of service, that they would not be able to be repaired. And so that's kind of a dangerous place to be. If you have a lot of radios start to fail consistently, then now you've got to scramble to put those dollars together. It's easier to do it in a planned method. And we are there now. All those radios have been done except a couple of key, all the portables have been replaced. The mobile radios that go in the vehicles, we're down to, hang on a second, I just want to quote it correctly. KCK Fire has yet to be done. The Sheriff's Office has yet to be done. Edwardsville, that's both their fire and police and their administrative units. Bonner in the same way. They started out not having radios with their Public Works Department, and they chose to go ahead and buy the radios, but will them to the system, so to speak. And so that's the replacements that we're looking still to do. And we ran out of dollars that had been allocated from last year's budget. We got as much as we could. We got the KCK Police Department done. That's the biggest load, but still all these other departments do not have new radios in their future.
Let me ask a different way.
Okay.
I appreciate the radio. When an incident occurs, are you the point of contact?
If the radios fail, yes, sir.
Who takes control of an emergency situation like a natural disaster in Wyandotte County? Who takes control of that?
It's done by a process that we call incident command. And
I'm
it's
aware of incident command.
okay.
Who takes control?
Well, it will depend on what kind of an incident it is, sir. So if it's, let's say it's a fire with a train that's on the road, that would be a combined effort, but primarily the biggest threat is the fire part, right? Depending on what the product is. So that's going to be a fire-driven event. Can it change in the course of time? Absolutely it can. So let's say it starts out as a fire, but then it has a criminal element to it. Then it would switch over to the police department. They would be in charge. We're never in charge of an incident.
That's what I wanted to get at.
Right.
Because I wanted the department revenue sharing aspect. If you have an overlayment of services that go to other departments, they should be contributing to your budget somehow or another. But if you're not the incident command, I understand if it's a fire chief takes over, fire, police, all of that, but you are a central point of command on an incident. So if tornado was coming, it's your responsibility to warn us as a community.
Right.
Do you then reach out to the fire department? Do you then reach out, notify those in command of those departments to let them know? Or are they just on a general notification like we are?
They are, and even things like we also manage the mobile command post. That's been an asset that's been used by both KCKPD, Bonner PD, all sorts of folks in the county. It's a county asset. We support that. We man it. I personally am right now the only one trained to take it out because of turnover in staff, but we're working towards that. So there'll be more people than just me. But I've been on 3 deployment or turnouts for I think the most recent one was the officer involved shooting at the 83rd and State. So that can sometimes be an hour or two. It can be sometimes 6 or 8 hours. We try to maintain that. But as far as getting reimbursed for any of those kind of efforts, that does not happen, sir. We absorb that in our budget.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Davis.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, thank you for the work that you do for your department, obviously with the irregularities that we're dealing with our weather and the aggressive storms that we are dealing with. Your department is key. Why, for our radio system, why does it cost $2 million for the implementation of that program?
That's an excellent question. And really, truly, there's lots of options. Excuse me, let me say it differently. There aren't a lot of options. There are maybe 2 or 3 vendors out there that I would even put any look at. And generally speaking, especially when it comes to public safety, it's not a place where people want to cut a corner. And Motorola's perception is that it's the best in the market. I could have a discussion about that with you for a couple hours. But I'm a radio guy in deep down. That's one of my joys, is making that work, making sure that, and maybe it's a continue on of Commissioner Burrows's question. Maybe it's about, we perceive our job to be to support those responders in giving them the very best radio system that we can get, and getting them the ones that act and perform in a way that works better for them. I can tell you that, again, I came on just as this system was getting turned on. I can tell you that this particular system currently operates light years better than what we had before. And that's because, when I say it doesn't perform as well, I mean, we put people at risk. We put officers at risk. We put firefighters at risk. If they go into a building and they can't talk out, that's a problem. Right now, we're at what we call the 5 nines. In other words, it operates 99.999% of the time. So we don't have downtime to speak of. We have a method for how that works. We have a backup system for how that works, but it just doesn't happen. We spend more time down for maintenance than we do for any kind of an outage. We have backup power at every single tower site. We keep all of that maintained. And so those are all expenses that go into that contract, those dollars that you see up there. Like I said, it's monitored 24/7, 365. If they have a system failure, the operators, the people using radios at the end of the chain, will never know it. But we, as the repair people, the people who have to take responsibility for making sure it all works, we get notified. We go out, we effect a repair. We make sure that we have enough dollars to put into a repair quickly, right? So I can go out and purchase that. We have in our future, not like we just finished rebuilding the tail end of the system, right? The end users units. We're going to be rebuilding the infrastructure. Again, same reason, planned obsolescence. We've already been told when that's going to happen. We have to replace it in 3 sections. Some of it is going to be more efficient. We'll see. But what's most important is we really don't have a choice, because come 2030, none of that equipment will be supported. And I don't think any of us want a system this elaborate, this complex, to not have the best support it can get if it's the best equipment we can get.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Kay.
How long have you been here?
Excellent question. 12 years as of last week.
I can't remember if it was 16 years ago, 18 years ago, exactly what you're talking about happened. There were some firemen on Early Street caught on the 2nd floor, and their radios couldn't go out. And there was a mistake made with dispatch, and these guys were trapped on the 2nd floor, and then some other fireman was up using the restroom and heard that they were struggling. And this actually caused a major argument during the budget several years ago, because one of the commissioners thought we wasted money. And my career's in safety. And the reason I know so much about it, my son was the one that was trapped up there. So I am huge on getting the right radios, because we don't want the police, the fire, the sheriffs, or anybody else to get hurt, and we want somebody to respond in a timely manner. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Lopez.
Yes, sir. What kind of money are you spending on now? Okay, let me ask this. Let me rephrase it. How much involvement is your department with the radios, with the police department and the fire department?
I would say almost 100%.
100%. And what kind of money is that for the radios themselves, or is that for like the brain?
Do the replacements that we just did for the portables, if that's okay, because those numbers are fresh in my mind. We did it in pieces. We did it in phases because we knew we couldn't absorb what I had originally anticipated being a $15 million investment. We did it over the last 5 years. We got all of that done last year. It was about $11 million. The remainder then needed to be spent on the mobile units, the kinds that are bolted into the cars. Again, the biggest user there is KCK Police because they have the most number of mobile units. We had enough left in the pot to do theirs, but not those other departments that I just listed. And so that's where we are with that project. Does that help?
Yeah, so you have, there was 15 million.
That was my best estimate at the time,
And
5-6 years ago.
and we had 4 million left over and you put that into, is that what you're saying?
About 3.
About 3.
And that's what we spent mostly to get the police department radios replaced. And that's ongoing now. The radios are here. It takes time to take the units off the road.
Oh,
get
yeah.
the radios swapped out.
Okay. So you say the radios as far as the police and fire are all lined out now? Or is there more of
As
a-
far as the end user pieces, everybody except those departments I just listed. So we still need to do the fire department. We still need to do Bonner Springs, Edwardsville. Let me ensure I don't miss anybody. Sheriff's Department. Those are the big ones. There's some other smaller groups that have it, like the DA, for example, has a few of the police.
Does Bonner, Edwardsville, those towns, those cities, do they fund their own or we have to fund them?
With the exception of that Public Works deal, if they were party to the original agreement, they got given radios. They came out of that same original pot of 25 million. And we've been replacing them.
So can Kansas City, Kansas Fire Department or Kansas City, Kansas Police hear Bonner Springs Police or Fire on the same?
I guarantee you we can.
Okay, so it's on even if they had switched to a different channel or whatever, it's all the same.
We can hear. In fact, I've programmed our radios in emergency management because we have to work with all those groups to have the exact same talk groups across the board. So if they come into the EOC, for example, to work, they're going to see the exact programming they're used to seeing either in their car or on their portable. So yes, they're all interoperable. We can connect any 2 talk groups together, and we can do that not only within the county, but also within the region.
So your 2,046,468, is that enough money in there to buy more radios?
No,
Or do you
sir,
need more?
there is not.
How much more money are you gonna need?
I need about 2,500,000 to finish that project.
Okay, to finish. Okay, all right, thank you.
Sir.
Mr. Lake?
We're good. Thank you very much. Appreciate the opportunity.
Our next department is Neighborhood Resource Center. So we're switching to our first 4 departments were from the county general fund or from the county side of the budget. So right now we're about to switch where either the department is city general fund funded or some city general fund funded or just funded from different funds on the city side. So Neighborhood Resource Center has $6.8 million budget funded from the city general fund. They have 55 full-time equivalents. The department hierarchy consists of Neighborhood Resource Center administration, building inspections, livable neighborhoods, property maintenance enforcement. 2026 budget impacts includes restoring funding for NBRs to $220,000, restore neighborhood impact grant funding to $35,000. Some of the keynotes for NRC is the largest portion of NRC's total budget is personnel at 80%. The largest portion of NRC's contractual services, or the largest portion of their expenses are contractual. And then commodities budget, which consists of demolishing fees at 25%. The second largest portion is NRC's contractual commodity expense, rent lease expense for office space at 16%. Their expenses on the city side of the tax levy include, or is 11%. And then the city general fund, they make up 2% of that. Greg Talkin, Neighborhood Resource Center Director, is here to discuss their budget.
Thank you for having me this evening. I just wanted to, first of all, say thank you for all the support we received for upgrading our database and software over the last year or so. We are now in the cloud, which is a major step of getting where we want to go. It opens up a ton of possibilities. Before what we had a cyber attack, we could access our data from outside through remote desktop, but when we lost that, once we're outside the building, we don't have access to our system, but we do now. It also opens up the ability for fire and police who are on different servers to be able to access that, especially that are involved in some of our processes now and in the future. And it opens it up to outside parties like BPU to also have easier access to the development review process. We did kick off today our effort to do business process improvements for DRC. There's a lot of stuff that's already happened with that behind the scenes as far as starting to look at the integration in the website, customer access, things like that. But staff was brought in today, and we have started realigning staff with those efforts that are going to lead that for us and get that going. Following that, we have many, many, many more processes we need to improve upon. One is events that we deal with police, fire, everybody else, business process licensing that deals with zoning. So we're looking forward to this to help streamline our processes and improve our customer service. One note I want to put that demolition, for some time now, ever since SOAR and the market's been really good, we haven't had the need for as much demo funds. We've significantly decreased that over many years. We used to have over $1 million. Now we're about 220,000. I will tell you this year, we've used those funds quicker. We're about 30,000 left with 4 months left to go. That only will raise 1.5 properties for the most part. On average, it costs about $21,000 to raise a property today. So we're kind of keeping an eye on that. We did have 2 positions apparently eliminated in this budget process, an administrative position that assists and supports our building inspection and permitting process, and a property maintenance compliance inspector position. The last note I just want to make is that our office does generate a significant amount of revenue. In 2024, we generated a little bit under 7.4 million between all of our processes, between business license, rental licensing, building inspection, and property maintenance. This year, we're approaching $4 million. We still have 4 months to go. I will tell you, we take a significant amount of revenue in at the end of the year. And that's really for 2025 revenue, but it's received in 2024 for our business license that goes out in the end of November, 1st of December. So we should be on track to meet or exceed revenues that we had last year. That's all I have.
I have a quick question. And that's great. It's good to hear that you basically, like the Register of Deeds, your department really funds a lot of itself, technically. I guess as for the budget, where does that money go? And is that in the overall budget? Is that factored in? And how do you estimate that? If last year was 7, this year, I guess we're at 4 now. So we may be close, I would assume, to last year's. But does that just go straight into general fund? Or?
Yes, it goes into the city general fund. Yes. And we, when we're estimating their revenues, we do a forecast. We kind of look at based on what they spent in the prior years and 5 years before, things that could be going on in the community. So that is how we come up with their forecast for the current budget.
Thank you. And then the second question is on the demolitions. I know in years past, there was some concern that when we raise buildings, that we just raise the buildings. And then if it happened to become a land bank property, a potential investor would come in and they would have to remediate asbestos or whatever's in that. Are we, as part of what we're doing, does that take care of that on the front end to make the properties that may be available for investment to a developer? Is that, to make that easier for them, is that being taken into consideration?
So I think for about the last 15 to 20 years, there's some belief that we put all the wood product and sheet metal that hasn't happened for 20 years. The only thing that we ever put in the hole is concrete block, and it is no greater than 12 inches in diameter. That's requirement of the building code when you're doing fill. So that's the one part that developers may have to deal with. It may cause an issue where the ground soils don't compact enough, may have to remove it, may not. So, and we don't put anything in the hole, once again, other than concrete or fillable materials, concrete, dirt, gravel, sand, anything that would be approved.
Thank you. And then my last question is, and this is probably a question for the administrator or Mr. Lindsay. When you talk about, I know one of the concerns, not just for this commission, but for the community, is the aesthetics of our community. And I know when I was on the police department, we had Operation Brightside, took care of everything, as you know, Greg, graffiti, picking up trash, handling a lot of the blight and beautification for our city. Then we went to SOAR not too long before I retired from the police department. I guess, where would that be in this department as far as allocated budgets? When we talk about, I know one of the requests from the commission and myself was to make sure that blight and beautification was a priority moving forward.
I'll turn it over to Michael Peterson. He definitely worked a lot with sewer, and he's very familiar with where those costs could be, and I'll let him talk to that.
Michael Peterson, Deputy Budget Director. Guess I was involved with SOAR at the beginning of it. I can tell you that some of the things that we dealt with NRC specifically were demolition and boarding. Those two costs are still within the NRC budget. We also did work on code violations. That's also in the NRC budget. But overall, SOAR was a collaboration of multiple departments. So there's not really one department that you can say has most of the budget there. I would say a lot of it probably currently sits with economic development with land bank mowing, and buildings and logistics with the abatement teams. And then public works with whatever capacity they have to help with cleanup, and as well as police I know is involved in. And I'm sure that there are other departments that I'm missing.
Well, Greg, if you go back, and I worked with you a lot over the years, just kind of refresh us on Operation Brightside, what that was, and then how that maybe that nexus morphed into SOAR. I guess my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, was Operation Brightside. We had individuals that were particularly signed to doing that. I know community policing worked a lot hand in hand with Operation Brightside, especially with graffiti abatement and blight and some other things, trash. How does that fit into, if it's appropriate for your department, how does that fit into your department and your budget?
Greg Talkin, Neighborhood Resource Center Director. So we work very closely with those departments that still are involved in that. The graffiti portion is under Public Works. We investigate those and try to get authorization signed and whatever we need to do to get it to the point that they can be abated. Operation Brightside used to have, I think, 1 and sometimes 2 yearly cleanups. They would go and they would pick up anything. And so that's a big loss, but it's also a big expense. So we don't have that capability anymore. Now, one of the things that Operation Brightside did do on a lower level that I think was very beneficial to our community is that they supplied trash bags to clean up, which we do now, but they also had a lot of PR campaign about litter and things like that. And we know we've got those issues going on, and we're I know we have a lot of departments and staff that have been talking about illegal dumping and things, trying to work together and form something to help in that area.
Okay. I just know that was for me, I know that working on the police department, Operation Brightside was a valuable resource, especially working with livable neighborhoods or neighborhood groups and, just everything from cleanups to trash abatement, working with community policing in that regard. I mean, it was something that was really a priority at one time. I'd like to see us get back to that because I know that's a huge concern for our community. And that's not so much something directed at you as it more so to our administrator to, see how we can coalesce resources in a way to operate a little more efficiently as far as being intentional about blight and beautification in Kansas City, Kansas.
Commissioner Townsend has her hand raised.
Commissioner Townsend, and then after Commissioner Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Madam Clerk, Townsend, District 1. Good evening, Mr. Tonkin. I wanted to clarify some notes that I jotted down while you were speaking earlier in your presentation near the beginning. You mentioned about 2 positions that were eliminated. Was that for the year we're currently in, the 2025 budget year, or the one that you're presenting tonight? The 2 positions are being eliminated from.
They show eliminated in 2026 budget. Their current vacant positions.
Okay. And some of the things that the mayor is talking about, I totally agree. In my district, one of the requests I hear most often is for more code enforcement, and that has always been a head count issue. Several budgets ago, maybe as many as 4 ago, we tried to increase the amount of money paid to code enforcement officers. And that went to a trend that you mentioned back then, that people will start off as a code enforcement officer, but they would leave the department. They would stay within the unified government, but they would go to other departments that paid higher rates. Are you still seeing that trend?
Greg Talkin, Neighborhood Resource Center Director. Thank you for that question. We reorganized back, it was kind of during COVID. And one of our efforts in reorganization was specifically for that office. We tried to develop kind of a ladder for staff to move up to, which included years of service, obtaining certification, and then just performance. So the first 2 is on their own. They get certified. We have the ability to elevate them. And we do believe we've seen some success in retaining staff because of that. And I apologize, I do need to step back. I was wrong. It was changed in the 2025 amended for those 2 positions, not 2026.
So for 2026, the staff that you had in 25, you're saying there were 2 positions eliminated?
Yes.
And there's no change requested for this 2026 budget?
Correct.
What would you say your evaluation of effectiveness or lack of effectiveness with those 2 people down? How has that impacted from your perspective, ability to investigate code violations? Because I know I get a lot of requests for code violations for those to be looked at. How has that worked for your department?
So out of the 2 positions, I think my opinion is that the position that supports building inspection for our office is more important because we are trying to emphasize development and support that. Right now, we'll make it do, but it does mean that we're going to be sharing those duties with another staff person we already have that's doing something else. You're probably going to be surprised my answer of the other position. we can always use code enforcement officers, but I'm going to champion for another department here. Planning and zoning is significantly down on staff, inspectors especially. They've always needed more. We are trying to help them do a lot of their zoning inspections, which takes a lot more research than what we do. Our stuff it applies to all properties for the most part. Zoning issues do not apply to all properties. It depends on the zoning at the time, and they have that legal non-conforming status, something we don't have to worry about. But with them being short, we're trying to take up and help take some of the slack and helping address some of those with their professional guidance. So I would advocate to help them and help us that office get an inspector before we do.
That would not come under your heading or
No.
your department? Okay.
No, we're not.
Okay. Well, how would you characterize your ability to keep up with pure code enforcement, GOCEs, responses to requests for code violations, say like I might send you? How would you characterize that all over? Are you able to keep up with it and follow up?
So I guess the best way to answer that is I would say that's seasonal. We do get a little overwhelmed at certain points of the year, primarily going into spring. Summer, we do have a lot of staff taking vacation. Going into fall, we always seem to be able to step up and get some things caught up and ahead of the game. And of course, your grass season slows down and allows us to start concentrating on some of those things that proactively that we may not have been able to do during the summer. I think we're in a pretty good position. Back when we did the reorg, we also developed a problem property team, which is it's the supervisor or the program coordinator that's over the demolition program, but she also has 3 inspectors. And all's there to do is to attack those problem properties that have been ongoing issues. Best example of that would have been Sauer Castle, put on for 30 years. Hopefully we don't have that on many properties. But they do administrative citations and they do it diligently, and they pursue abatements to clean up properties, and therefore with those resources we're able to make an impact.
Okay, appreciate that then. Going to demolition, probably 10 years ago, demolition, we had so many homes. That was a major budget item issue. And that has decreased. I know from the land bank, we don't currently, I believe, have any homes that are possible for rehab. So that number has decreased quite a bit with concerted effort from previous commissions. How many do you have on the list now for demolition, if you know?
So right now we have about 4, and those are still in the legal process. They're not ready to be raised.
Okay.
We also, where we feel like we have to be a little bit careful coming into the end of the year. We always have, especially as we go into the winter and the colder season, we will have a significant amount of fires. And a lot of them are abandoned houses that get lit up, and they get to the point that they're dangerous. So we try to make sure that we maintain some funds to be able to address that. And like I said, right now we're down to about probably 1.5 structures we could raise. We also have other structures, collapses due to storms and things like that, that we try to prioritize. But once again, right now, I believe we have about 4 properties that we're working on.
And what was the 1.5 number that you just mentioned? I know you said the 4 are in various legal processes yet before you could even raise them. What was the 1.5 houses?
So when I say 1.5, we're estimating on average, we spend $21,000 for a demo of a residential structure, and we have about 34,000 left right now. So we don't really probably have enough to do 2, depending on how the bids would come back.
Is that number for 2025? What is your 2026? And I apologize because I do not have any of the handouts in front of me. So for 2026, your request would be what, 24,000?
2020, well, we started out with 220,000
Mm-hmm.
and we're down to about 34. So our budget next year is 220,000.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. That took care of the questions that I had as I listened. I appreciate you and your department's work. Thank you.
Commissioner Lopez? Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes, sir. I was looking at a couple, what was your number? You said that you guys brought in how much on, you generated?
Last year, about 7.4 million, just a little shy of that.
So you're pretty much,
Sorry about that.
7
Brought in just shy of 7.4 million.
so you're, pretty much self-sufficient here. And then you're up, almost 1.3 million from what you're asking on your, for this year, a little over, 6.1. I was looking at, you guys, we don't own that building. That's, owned by 4953 State Reverse LLC, which is basically RetMad LLC out of New Hampshire. And it looks like our lease payment is almost 91,000. Is that for the year, I guess? It's saying 16% of the office space would be $90,897. 54 cents, if that matters. I don't know why, just to the east, and maybe our administrator could help me with that one, but why don't we just, there's a big parcel right to the east that we own, almost 8 acres. Just, why don't we build a building just for them? Now we're saving 900 or 90,000. You know, after a while, we're not paying anybody. And we own the building, you know, so why don't we just, instead of paying office rent for however many years, we're actually going to be saving a lot of money in the end. I don't know why I don't want to look into something like that. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Let me back up on my notes. I'm sorry. The office space rent is 988,876. I was looking at the 2023 property tax was 90,000, almost 91,000 in 23. And then in 24, when everybody's ground goes up, there's dropped 10,000, which I don't know if that's because were we in there or something that made it go down? I don't know. But anyway, the office rent, is 988,000, just shy of $1 million. So even if we spent 1.5 to build a building, an office space building, we're done. It's a one-time payment. We're done. We're not making the $988,000 office space rent payment anymore.
Greg Talcon, Neighborhood Resource Center. Our annual expense for rent for the entire year is about 133,000.
Well, why is it here, office space at 16% of your 6.1 million? That comes to 988,000.
So that would be, this Michael Peterson, Deputy Budget Director, that would be 16% of the contractual and commodities budget, not the full $6.2 million budget. So that would be 16% of the, roughly 14%.
Okay, well, at the end of the day, we'd still be saving money once we built a building on our property that we own and there's nothing there right now. And we're not, you know, after a while, we're saving money and we're not spending it.
Greg Talcon, Neighborhood Resource Center, can I comment on that one for a second? That is a very good point because I almost put that in my beginning remarks, that we are on our second period of the contract, the 5-year last portion of the contract. We're 1.5 years into that, so we have about 3.5 years left on that lease.
Okay, or was it just, what would it cost to break that contract? Just asking.
That I couldn't tell you.
I'd like to find out, just to see, and just kind of put apples to apples, and then, I'd like to see if that's something we could look into to actually build a building for you. It'd basically be, we own that ground across the street from, Midtown, I think, Police Department, the Indian Springs. We own, it's all that big ground right there, right across the street. It's like 8 acres, 9 acres, something like that. But that would be, again, that would be a heck of an investment, and we're not making a lease payment. And we're, at the end of the day, we're saving money. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis.
Thank you. And I want to echo particularly what Commissioner Townsend was saying. I probably am emailing you, Mr. Talkin, or folks from your staff almost every week about some request about maintenance and just the appearance of our community. That was the #1 priority for my district, and I think all of the other districts in the community survey. And so all that to say, if you do need something, speak now, forever hold your peace. Within your budget, there is about a 250,000 grants and claims item that is included. What is that exactly?
So that is for 2026, and that is the NVR funds, and it has an additional 30,000 in there for the grants. Neighborhood.
Gotcha. Okay, gotcha. Okay, now that is making sense. Okay. I'll also add, and I'm very excited for the future of Excella and what it can do. I know we've talked about efficiencies and people's frustration with doing business with the UG. And so your department is kind of the front door of that. For the illegal dumping, I would just recommend that we also add Public Works, or at the very least solid waste, to that conversation. I know that they're not doing the abatements or anything like that, but we do have some amazing programs of what they do, and there could just be some synergy between what you all are doing, what PD is doing, Health Department, and of course, the abatement team through Buildings and Logistics. The $500,000 budget for the demolition fund, it's not much of an increase for what you got this year. Do you envision a world where that will remain for future budgets, or will it decrease, increase? What are you seeing with that trend?
Rick Talcott, Neighborhood Resource Center Director. Are we talking about the 200,000 contractual dollars that we have for actual demo?
Yes, yeah.
My concern is the unknowns, first of all, when we approach the winter and the storms and things like that.
Sure, yeah.
The other part that I think is concern going forward, we've had a great market for the last 5 or 6 years, and it's been amazing. Some of the properties that were marketed through the land bank when we had them, that in years past, nobody would have any interest, and they've done a great job of remodeling those. So that market's helped us a lot, but because of the price of housing, people are willing to put a lot more money into an older home to bring it up to standards. If we lose that, then we really have a concern.
Gotcha.
But that's to be seen.
Understood. I saw you all are at a 97% occupancy for your staff. And so I'm happy to see that those positions are being put to use. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I'd like to piggyback off Commissioner Davis, and he made a comment, which is true, that the administrator and the Deputy Administrator Lucas have done an outstanding job. I don't know, outside of them, I don't know what's changed, but my office, it was not unusual for us to get at least 5, sometimes 10 complaints from entrepreneurs, businesses wanting to do business here in Wyandotte County. Normally and regularly complaining about how hard it was to get anything done, or just the bureaucracy of getting things done when it comes to getting permits, when it comes to getting through the process, trying to get in front of the commission, to be able to bring good services, resources, amenities, and developments here to Wyandotte County. So I just have to say kudos. I haven't had one complaint in probably the last month, which is highly unusual. So I just have to give credit where credit's due to our administrator and to Mr. Lucas and your team. I know you mentioned that you are working to modify some things. And I have to also give kudos to Commissioner Burrows and his task force and them looking at the policies and trying to just remove some of those burdensome policies and looking at practices to try and make it easier to do business, because we know with our financial challenges, economic development is our way out. We've got to expand economic development, build more, bring more housing stocks in at all income levels to anchor people here, and bring in the businesses that can support our community as well as the amenities on both sides of our town and all four corners. And so I can say that that's been a positive, refreshing observation from my office, that something has positively changed and I don't get as many complaints. And I say that also, I've talked to a couple of developers, and I don't know, and maybe the administrator or Commissioner Burrows, because I know his task force is working on that, or you. A few developers have mentioned to me that, and I don't even know if this is viable to do, but I know that you're short staff on doing a lot of things, but some of the things that normally our staff would do, if there's licensed inspectors or you could validate or create a list of that, some of the developers say they would willingly go pay for that themselves to speed along the process, as opposed to waiting weeks because of the backlog from some of our staff to be able to get some of these things done. I don't know what that list would look like. I don't know what that would entail, but that's just something I'm throwing out as a recommendation from some of the developers I talked to. Administrator?
I just want to add, been working with Greg and his staff over the past, I think, a year and a half, basically because some of the complaints that your office received. And when we did some investigation on processes and looking at our ordinances, we found out that some of the barriers that our customers were facing were our fault. And we put up barriers unnecessarily, and one of those was our TCO process. And when we did a deep dive in those processes, we found out that we were not following our own ordinances. And one of those was we had a chief building officer in Mr. Jim Neath that for the last 12 years wasn't allowed to do his job. And when we read our ordinances, I sat down with Greg and said, our chief building officer isn't doing his job, and whose fault is it? And we found out that it was management's fault for over 12 years not allowing a man to do his job as outlined in ordinance. And so whose job is it to change it? Well, embarrassingly, the staff said, Dave, yours. And so I marched over, Greg, come follow me. And we went to Jim's desk and said, we got some good news, Jim. You get to do your job. Here's your ordinance, read it. And it said, you now get to issue TCOs. It's not by committee. It says the chief building officer gets to issue TCOs. It's not by committee, you get to make the decision. About 2 weeks later, I happened to stop by Greg's office and I walked by Jim's office and he calls me in. And I don't know if you know Jim, but he always wears his glasses down by the end of his nose. And he says, David, I want to thank you. For the first time in 12 years, you've allowed me to do my job. And to hear that thank you for a guy who actually wanted to do his job but couldn't. And we empowered him to do his job. and he's still doing it today, and he's having a ball. I say that because he enjoys his job, and he enjoys doing that. It's those little things that we got in our own way, and we put in our barriers over time, and we mucked up the process. And we just have to fix it. I applaud the work that Commissioners Stites and Burrows did because, again, we find stumbling blocks. They found stumbling blocks. They worked with developers and had a public process that uncovered other things where we got in the way. And we have made changes to improve our processes, and we're continuing that process. We're uncovering other things in our processes where we are looking to improve our process. It's interesting to see where our employees embrace improvement and want to see that improvement continue. So when I see an employee like Jim say thank you and want to be part of that process, we're talking with Jim and Greg and Rodney about making sure we try to, can we actually create a one-stop shop out at DRC where we can embed a dedicated planner that can really help developers do answer permit questions, planning questions, do plan reviews, and have just one person or two people dedicated to do the review with the other associated staff that are already out there under Greg's supervision, and create that one-stop shop that we've witnessed when we did the visit at Overland Park, and other communities in our metro region that make those communities a good place to call for business. We want to have that same reputation. We just have to work at it. And our employees seem slowly want to embrace that spirit. And so with the leadership of Greg, with Rodney's guidance and others, and seeing how our employees are embracing that spirit, I think we're going to get there. And with the leadership, with our commissioners that are saying, we want that spirit, we want a pro-business, we want people to invest here. It's coming from the top down, and everybody's getting on board. I think we're going to see a good things in the years ahead. But we're seeing at DRC or at NRC, and we appreciate Greg and his staff over there. So thanks, Greg, and thank your staff for jumping on board.
Thank you, Administrator. I'd like to give a special shout out to Rodney Lucas. I can tell you, I've had some ribbon cuttings, and his name has come up repeatedly. Just making the customer service process something special for businesses wanting to do business here. And that says a lot about him, his leadership, and it's just refreshing to have that, because I can tell you the first half of me being mayor, all I got was complaints. And to actually go to ribbon cuttings and not have to be pulled aside and said, why did we have to go through all this, Mayor, just to get our business open? And to that Rodney Lucas and your team up there at Neighborhood Resource Center are awesome. We couldn't ask for a better process to get us to this opening day and this ribbon cutting. And those are the things that I'm hearing. And so that's really, again, that's refreshing. So I just want to, as well as Chelsea Chisholm, her name comes up too, our Economic Development Director. I mean, they are really taking the culture in a different direction that I think will be positive in the years ahead. I just asked Mr. Talkin, there's still some issues, Administrator. There's questions of equity, depending on what side of the community you live on and who you know. Don't know if that's real or perception, but there are perceptions that, and complaints that have come, is that when people do go through the process, they just want to make sure that what applies to one applies to all, that there's equity in the process, and that everybody's treating equally and fairly, and there's no favoritism, or at least doing our best to make sure that that perception is not out there. Whether you're a multi-billion-dollar developer, or you're the small business entrepreneur that doesn't know where to start and comes to the office and just needs some direction, is just making sure there's equity in the processes is what I'm not going to say it's a complaint, but it's an ask. And so if we can continue to work with Commissioner Burrows and our community partners and stakeholders to just make sure that we continue to work towards removing all the bureaucratic barriers that a lot of folks have experienced over the years. I think that it'll bode well for your department and the unified government, and for the economic development vision that we have to expand economic development here, not just in Kansas City, Kansas, but throughout Wyandotte County. So thank you. Thank you.
Michael Peterson, Deputy Budget Director. We thought this would be a good time since we're transitioning to some of our city departments. We received the question of what do we fund with the dedicated sales tax? What are some of the key points of that funding source? So we thought that we would present that tonight. So the dedicated sales tax is for 2026, an $18.2 million budget. It supports 50.25 FTEs. We kind of switched up the pie charts at the top a little bit. So dedicated sales tax is primarily a capital fund. It was approved for public safety and neighborhood infrastructure. So 37% of the fund is personnel, 7% is contractual, 4% is commodities. Those are primarily in the police and fire department. And then capital outlay makes up the largest percent of the fund. The 8% other is a transfer for fleet investment for public safety. Of the total city budget, dedicated sales tax makes up 5% of the total city budget. And then department total, we typically try to split it a third between police, fire, and infrastructure. So police department is currently budgeted 33%. Fire roughly 33%, and public works 31%, with a little bit 2% budgeted for parks to do some neighborhood park improvements. So operationally, these impacts are operational items that we fund out of the dedicated sales tax, and police and fire and public works will be presenting tonight. So if you have any questions, we can follow those up. But for the fire department, we fund 25 positions out of the dedicated sales tax. There's a significant budget for turnout gear. Each firefighter is supposed to have 2 sets of gear that they can change out when they go on calls for cancer prevention. And then they have a small budget for part of their health and fitness program. The police department, they have about 25.25 positions funded out of the dedicated sales tax. Of that, about 20 are police officers. Training Academy and continuing education is funded out of this fund. CIT co-responder, which assists with mental health calls, are funded out of the dedicated sales tax. And then there's resources to help support our body and vehicle camera programs, as well as our record management system for the police department. For capital, fire department and police department have a substantial amount of their portion that goes for their fleet. So fire currently has multiple apparatus being budgeted out of here. There's 6 apparatus that we're currently using the dedicated sales tax to support, as well as facility improvements. And then for police, we're helping fund the mobile data center, network equipment, switches, story area network, a lot of their technology needs, and then some facility improvements, and again, vehicle and body worn camera program. For CIP projects for infrastructure, for Parks and Rec, we're funding some playground replacement and community center improvements. And then for public works, We have 55th and Metropolitan intersection improvements. We have a bridge erosion washout that's budgeted for improvement, and then annual pavement preservation, annual neighborhood ADA pedestrian handicap ramps, and the sidewalk gap program. We'll say that this is just, we wanted to use this as an opportunity to show one of the fund statements that we have in the budget document. So this is currently on the online document on our website, page 66 of the budget document. This is dedicated sales tax. It explains what the funding source is, lays out the different revenue sources at the top, expenses. You can see that we are planning on spending roughly $3.3 million of fund balance in 2026 in our budget. This is a fund that is a special use fund, so we don't need to have the same level of fund balance that we would in our operational funds. And then it does say when the tax will expire June 30th of 2030 unless renewed again. And then also we wanted to point out in the budget document, we do each year split out a little explanatory, a document that shows how each funding is allocated between police and fire and infrastructure, showing what percentage of the budget goes to each department or area of the public or dedicated sales tax budget. Here you can see the majority of the police and fire budget is going to personnel with 2.9 on police, 2.9 million on police, 3.8 million on fire for personnel. And then the entirety of the infrastructure budget is going to capital with 200,000. That's basically for design and safe routes to school type work that we have budgeted into the public works budget coming from the dedicated sales tax. Okay. And if
Yeah, we have questions. Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you. Probably going to be super unpopular with the questions I'm going to ask. So if you, that slide, personnel expenditures from this sales tax that support these positions listed on the slide for police are 2.8 to 2.9, correct? And fire 3.6 to 3.7. Just make sure I'm reading it right. So 6 to 7 million of the roughly 14 to 15 million generated by the tax is paying for personnel.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Okay. So I'm just wondering, what was the cost, if anybody can tell me, of the most recent fire station we built? What did it cost us? Does anybody know just roughly?
I want to say it could have been somewhere between like 12 to 15 million dollars.
It was? Wow. What I'm contemplating is if we took, and also I would want to know if this suggestion would be a violation of the spirit of the ordinance or the actual ordinance, but if we paid for the personnel and we took the other 7 to 8 million and put it straight into one of our desperately needed buildings, would that get us somewhere? I mean, we know that almost every fire station needs to be replaced. And Chief, what's the next fire station due up to be built or rebuilt?
Yes, ma'am. Dennis Rubin, Fire Chief. Station 20, Muncie is the one that we have planned.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm just throwing it out there. I like to do something radically different and take care of some of these major capital needs that we have that would reduce our reliance on debt. Just something to throw out there. I understand if we don't discuss this further in this budget cycle, but it's something to think about. And if we took the entire 14 to 15 million and built a fire station debt-free if we did that, we'd have to find general fund money for these personnel costs. Anyway, just a thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you. And this is really for staff. I'm looking at the 2025 original on the page prior to this one. And Michael, maybe you can help me. The 2025 original has an ending balance that says budgetary basis ending fund balance of 2.279 million. But I don't see, should that be 4 or 2? Is that a misprint? Because it goes to the 25 amended budget and it gets back up to 4, almost 4 million. So I'm trying to follow the money here as to where the additional $2 million went.
So the 2025 original column on all of our budget statements as well as on our department pages are what was budgeted last year. So it's exactly what was on the fund statement last year. So that number, the 2.27, assumes based on the 2013 actuals that our 2014 budget was exactly correct. So it assumes that in 2014, we brought in dollar for dollar what we budgeted for revenue and dollar for dollar what we budgeted for expense was spent. So basically, if we don't spend all of our funding that we budget during a year, or if we collect additional revenue, then that will drop to the bottom line and that will carry forward to the amended budget. So the $2.27 million number is what we had assumed we were going to be at based on our 24 amended budget. So now that we have 24 actuals in, we adjust those actuals and flow into the 25 amended budget. So that 3.7 number that's at the bottom of the 25 amended column is based on the 6.5 budgetary ending fund balance in 2024 actuals. The original column is exactly what we had in the budget document last year.
Now that you explained it, I can follow it, but it wasn't very transparent when I see a $4 million difference in, or roughly 3 million, a little over $3 million difference in that ending here. It caught my attention when I reviewed it earlier, but the 2025 does lay out following the numbers correctly. The 2025 is a little confusing because I go from 6.5 and I see the 14.2 at the top, 16.2 or 2,206,000 over in expenses. That would take 2 million off the 6.5, which would leave an ending balance of around 3.8 million. And then I see it over here that you have it in the 2025 amended. It just caught my attention that that money was off.
So if we go back and we look at the 2024 amended budget, we would probably see that we were originally planning on spending a lot more fund balance than what we actually ended with.
Okay.
So that would be the difference between the two numbers.
And where that fund balance would be spent, we don't know. I mean, that's not listed here, but I get it. All right, thank you. Thank you.
And I think that goes back to what Commissioner Burrows said. This is light years ahead of what we've been getting. So I don't want to take that away from staff. I want to commend our staff, our budget team and our CFO. You've asked, and I know this is task intensive to get this information, but Commissioner Burrows hit on something. It would be nice at some point for this commission and future mayors to be able to see exactly where every dollar goes down to the penny. So they can have a better idea of how the taxpayers' dollars are being spent. And as they go through these budget processes, they could make an informed decision on what they feel is a necessity or maybe something that can be either put off or eliminated altogether. And so it would be good to have that snapshot of expenditures down to the penny and see how how the taxpayers' dollars are being spent. Thank you, Commissioner Burrows. Commissioner Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to echo what the mayor is saying. This is much, much more in depth. I do really, really appreciate the level of depth that we were at for the conversation. I am curious just about what we budget for, what is amended, and then what we budget for the following year. So we budgeted for 15 million, I'm trying to think here. So for the original, we're roughly looking at what, $16.5 million for the original. And then for amended 17, and then for budgeted again, we're looking at 18. Is our forecasting, have we gotten it right? Is my question. And I say that because I guess on the actual budget itself that's here, I'm looking at a 15 million for 2025 budget, 17 million for the amended expenditures, and then an 18.2 million for the 2026 budget. And so if we look at what we budgeted for 2025 and what we're budgeting for 2026, and I'm just looking at what's in the actual proposed budget, there's almost a $3 million gap. Can you just speak to that as well? Am I missing something there?
So the primary change in the 2025 amended budget, I know, was just dealing with some prior year POs that we had to reallocate.
Mm-hmm.
So that by itself was roughly $700,000. So there was some prior year purchase order activity that we had to change the way that we were funding some of our fleet expenses. So it actually rolled back to the fund balance. It would have shown up as an expense in the prior year, gave us additional fund balance that we then in turn reallocated as an expense for this year. So that was an administrative thing. I know one of the main things that we do in the amended budget is we reforecast personnel. So personnel is always a snapshot of time whenever we do the budget.
Mm-hmm.
So our 26 budget is an estimate. Whenever we go to the next year's budget, then we'll look at all the current staffing and we'll amend the budget to that, or we'll at least see how we compare to our original budget and move it forward. I think one of the main things that has happened in prior years is maybe some of the capital funding hasn't been fully expended in this fund, and so, or sales taxes perform better. We do try to be a little bit conservative on sales taxes, just because if it doesn't,
Absolutely.
come in, then we will not have resources to fund what's in the fund.
Gotcha. And I don't mind that. I guess it's just one of the trends that I'm noticing kind of from year to year, because those dollars that we are being fairly conservative about, we then are not able to spend or not include in the budget, which means we're not able to deliver that as a service or some sort of relief, or even shore up our reserves. And so, yeah, that was my worry. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Chief, thank you.
I think we'll go into the fire department budget.
Sorry, Chief, I won't anywhere.
Oh.
Will Reggie cover this or?
Yeah, I'll cover it. Sorry. So again, Michael Peterson, Deputy Budget Director. We're just going to go over the brief overview of fire department. Fire department is our first large city fund, city department. So total city budget across all the city certified funds is $87.8 million for 2026. City FTE count, 451 FTEs. Of that budget, 92% is made up of personnel, followed by 3% contractual, 3% commodities, and 2% other. That would basically be the fleet transfer. All other departments, for the total tax levy budget, which includes the city bond and interest fund and the city general fund, fire department makes up 26% of that expense budget. And then for the city general fund by itself, the fire department makes up 33% of the city general fund. So department hierarchy, some of the major areas, the divisions of the fire department: emergency medical services, fire administration, fire communications, fire equipment and supplies, prevention, suppression, and training. Again, fire department accounts for a third of the city general fund, with the most significant portion being personnel. And the fire department's aging facilities and equipment are high priorities, and ongoing efforts are being made to create a suitable replacement plan that fit funding constraints for the fire master plan. The certified fund budgets include the city general fund, dedicated sales tax, and emergency medical services funds. Some of the major budget impacts for 2026, we did increase budget for all firefighters to complete life scan health screenings within a calendar year. There was additional costs for medical director and quality assurance contracts. Fire turnout gear, we added $300,000 to that budget, and then we added $300,000 for fire station maintenance. In the 2026 capital improvement plan, we have roughly $3.1 million of fire equipment payments for lease finance, as well as fire equipment's transfer to our fleet internal service fund for additional equipment procurement of $1.158 million. And then we do have $1 million in to start planning and site work for the a future fire station. And then on the county side of the budget, fire department has an additional $1.6 million, 17 FTEs, and that basically funds the county fire dispatch services. Makes up 2% of the general fund and 1% of the total tax levy budget. And I will turn it over to Chief Rubin and his staff for any further comments or questions.
Thank you. We appreciate the great work also that the finance department does. And I think, as everyone knows, a budget is a living document. And as we go through the budget, we make appropriate changes to whatever we need, such as the life scan program. So with that, I think my staff is ready for any questions the commission may have.
Thank you, Chief. Commissioner Lopez.
Yeah, Chief, first of all, I wanted to say you guys did a phenomenal job with Deputy Ming. You guys did a phenomenal job with everything from the candlelight visual to the services.
And Commissioner, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the great police department and the great sheriff's office. It certainly was a very close collaborative process. We met often, we met early. The leaders of each of the organizations, I thought, made certain that the family was well taken care of, sir.
Yep, that was okay. Anyway, so on your budget is 87.8 million, but where, like, the emergency management is taking care, they're flipping the bill for, or wanting the money for the communications or radios, if you will. And then just like the dedicated sales tax, looks like the percentage from there, from that 18 million from the dedicated sales tax page was 33% of that. So it looks like it's a little over 6 million. Where does that fall into play on your 87.8 million?
The 87 million primarily goes towards salary and benefits along with the operational items of the fire department. Currently, we have a staff of 485 people. Some are out of EMS budget, some are out of federal grant. The rest are out of the general fund. Of course, that goes along with benefits, which is about 1.43%. I'm sorry, 1.43 times the base salary number to get to a person's benefit package. The other costs go towards diesel, gasoline, medical supplies, fire station cleaning supplies. Yes, sir, the day-to-day necessities. Fire hose wears out pretty regularly. We also have to engage in testing that is not optional. Aerial ladders are tested once a year, along with ground ladders, fire hose, fire pumps, and every bit of that has a price tag with it, sir.
That brought me to a question. When you have a ladder truck, and I mean, you've got to put it over a fire, obviously, or if it gets pretty hot, is there some point where, okay, we got to go test it now because, when I believe the ladder's aluminum, right?
Most of the ladders are. They have a measurement of steel in them as well, obviously for stability, but primarily aluminum for lightweight. And again, what a great question. If there's obvious damage and the tip of an aerial ladder, as an example, has markers that would expose themselves to tell us to get it tested. Other than that, it's tested annually. It's got to be tested by an independent third party that we contract with and bring in. And they do essentially each ladder truck in order. And then they have to test the ground ladder, same rules, same conditions. If the tip of the ladder begins to show wear, if it changes colors, if a rung has been damaged, if it been dropped, any of that would require an earlier test. But so far, we've been lucky. We're doing the 1-year cycle, sir.
That's cool. Yeah, I know that once aluminum or metal is under a lot of heat, it spreads out the molecules. It makes them soft.
Yes, sir.
And it obviously takes the integrity of the strength of it. Okay, yeah, that was just my main question was, since there are already monies that are allocated from other departments, so to speak, like where did that come in? Like on here, you know, your communications, I would say that would probably be what, your radios?
No, sir. The communications number that you see for the FTEs, if I'm tracking with you, those are 17 positions that are the dispatchers because they are responsible for Edwardsville, Bonner, as well as Kansas City, Kansas. That's why they come out of the county general fund. Is that the question, sir?
Well, where he says department, you see emergency medical services, fire administration, and then fire communications. But that was like part of the radios.
No, sir. That's the dispatchers.
Um,
They have to receive the calls, dispatch the calls, and they also do quite a lot of documentation along the way.
If I might, I'll just point out the 87.8 million is actually all of their city funds. So that includes their dedicated sales tax portion. So the city general fund is only 72% of that $87.8 million number. So that 87.8 includes the funds at the bottom, the city general fund, dedicated sales tax, and EMS fund. And then the fire department does not have budget dedicated to replacing radios. That's funded through the county side of the budget.
Okay, and then one more thing, if you could look into something and just kind of compare numbers to numbers on what you guys spend on your tires versus if you went through fleet and used our fleet department, how much money would you save on versus because you know we can buy our tires wholesale or really close versus Goodyear, and then we're paying them, you know, I don't know, just something if you could look into that, maybe there's something we could.
Well, yes, sir. We will look into it and get an answer for you. I think, as you're well aware, we take care of all of our own vehicles at this point. I think we always look for the best price, the best value. We piggyback off of several other national buying packs like Houston, for instance, that would be allowable through state procurement to ensure the lowest price possible. But we'll get you some comparison numbers.
Yep. And then I kind of understand where you're coming from too on the fire trucks pristine. I mean, they look good. They're great. A lot of them are big aluminum wheels, and on my trucks, I have aluminum wheels, and there's only certain tire guys I'll let touch because there's other outfits they're great on, they're cost effective, but when they go change my tires, they're scratching my rims all up. So I get it. All right. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Commissioner Davies.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief, and good to see you and your staff. I know we've talked a lot about optimal staffing, particularly for our firefighters. Can you just speak to what this budget does, if any, particularly given, I know best standards is about 4. Right now, we're operating on 3. Does this budget do anything to help alleviate that?
For the record, we have stood behind and will continue to ask for consideration to move towards the national standards. However, we also understand the constraints that are put before us. I'm pleased to say in the most previous contract that this commission approved with our local, the number of members per shift overall has increased by 5. If you were to go to some of the original work in the master plan, I think to get us up to the number that we need on all 3 shifts, is probably going to be about $15 million. And the issue also that has to be considered by this austere body is that, remember, it's reoccurring money. It's got to be paid every year, not once. And then also it's escalating as salaries increase, benefits cost more money. So although we do stand behind, and again, would recommend in the long run, as money and resources are available, please increase the staffing to where we get to the national minimum standard. But in the meantime, at least fire administration understands the position that the government's in, and will continue to do the very, very best with the resources that we have. And again, 5 additional members were added to the minimum staffing.
Gotcha. I also wanted to ask about, and I want to appreciate the fact that, and I know it's not a large cost, but at the very least, optics of the vehicles that the command staff is driving. Timeline on when that transition will take place for the more affordable vehicles?
I'm not sure exactly when we're going to get the most mileage out of the vehicles that we have. I'm pleased to report today that we've slimmed down to 16. I know that the commission is under much pressure from many folks as well as we are. But I think if you compare that number to other fire departments, it would be unfair comparison with other departments, but other fire departments, I think you will see 16 is a pretty slim number. And again, I've heard the commission loud and clear, the smaller vehicles, and they will show up. Just a quick example, when we had the trench rescue that went on for about 15 hours, we had 7 staff members plus myself show up and go to work that night. And it's kind of interesting. There's 16 vehicles, and 8 total chief officers showed up. So the idea there is if it had to go into the next, what's called work cycle, we would have had the next 8 ready to go. Also, I was there for that one. The one prior to would have been the time where we had 86 calls in a 6-hour window after midnight. And once again, I'm proud to say that 8 members showed up that night. So there's a true value that I hope that the commission would consider. The smaller cars are coming. I'll make that commitment to you right here and now, unequivocally. But there is a real value to what we do and what we have.
Absolutely. Or were there any other cost saving measures that you all identified, just given that meeting that we had, where, since both master plans were presented?
Yes, sir. Again, with direction from this commission, we have eliminated a couple of chiefs positions. They're properly titled now. They're not going out of the system, but they're no longer chiefs. We've got plans to transition the fire investigators to a lower rank, but once again, that has to happen through attrition. The fire investigators that are currently working do a great job. Without a doubt, we support all that they're doing, but to be able to lower their ranks, I think is in order. They could be in the bargaining unit very comfortably, like we have folks from training as well as fire prevention. We took our safety officer and our battalion chief and placed them in one single vehicle and turned those vehicles in. So we're looking at every measure that we can to avoid cost and to reduce costs. But there's some catching up that we still have to do. I'll just quickly speak to the 300,000 additional for turnout gear. We're obligated to take a set of turnout gear away at 10 years. It's worn out at 10 years. That is recognized. I could go on because of the wear and tear. So we have 500. We have exactly 485 employees, about 30 are staff. So about 450 times 2, that's 900 sets of gear. So what we're trying to do, Commissioner, is to be able to buy 1/10 of it at a time and take some of the burden and pressure off. But I got to tell you, turnout gear, like everything else, continues to go up. Fire apparatus prices have increased about 40% in the past 4 years, and we just did the research on that. So again, more cost turned over to us.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner King.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, Chief. That was a great answer you give Commissioner Davis. How many people are you short? Just give me a number.
If we were to meet national standards, I would say the number is going to be somewhere close to about 40 to 45 members. Yes, sir.
Chief, quick question. As you look for more efficiencies and cost cutting, and you're trying to keep up with want to get to the national standard, we're at 3. I think for me, safety is always a huge concern when you talk about safety of our fire personnel. And I know that the standard really, I think they take that as one of the probably top protocols for that standard of looking at that. I guess this lends to another question. How many, what's the greatest percentage of calls that you have that the fire department takes?
By and large, about 80% of our response load is emergency medical. Now, I must mention, often a fire truck with a paramedic will arrive ahead of time. So there's huge value to this community, huge life-saving capacity to continue to provide what's called a tiered response, both a fire truck and an ambulance. Probably next is going to be all the various fires that we respond to, from trash fires to automobile fires to building fires. Probably next in line would be hazardous materials responses. We have a disproportionate amount of natural gas leaks in our community. But Mr. Mayor, I got to say that's truly across the country. Simply the infrastructure is failing. And I know that this austere body has seen 2 or 3 times houses have exploded in the greater Kansas City area. Multiply that times the country, and it happens on a regular basis. And then finally, responses for heavy and tactical rescue. We have automobile accidents regularly. Sometimes the people need help to get out of their vehicles, meaning we have to extricate them. But that's relatively light. The trench rescue would be an example of a heavy and tactical rescue, and they're not as quite as often. But again, we have to train just as much. We have to have the proper people in the proper place with the proper training to be able to do it safely and hopefully to save lives.
If you can educate me, I've heard 2 different things. It just, I believe there's standards that commands across the nation may use as far as standards that they aspire to, and then you have unions. They use a certain model or recommendations as well. When you talk about fire stations, and you not being originally from here, so you're coming in with outside eyes, experience from other jurisdictions, how do we compare to those standards? I mean, are our fire state, are we adequately positioned with the amount of fire stations we have now? Or do we need more? What does that look like? And which standard are you using to make that determination?
There's several standards available. The one that I particularly like to refer to is Insurance Services Organization Office. Not many people have heard of that, although it is the industry standard. And when I say that, they set the fire rating for the entire community, how much you have to pay to insure your property against fire. So they do a pretty thorough job. But there's also other things that have to be considered when we place a fire station, such as what's called fatal flaws, bridges you can't go over. In our area, we're always up against trains that pause and stop. So all of a sudden you can't get to the east side or the west side because of that would be an example. I think with our current conditions, our station numbers are adequate. Didn't say great, but adequate. I think we have to keep an eye on especially the western part of the county as it continues to grow and as economic development occurs, and to make sure that fire stations are considered out there in due time. The other, if I were to say the biggest Achilles heel is our ambulances. We probably ought to be considering, and we've talked about it often, again, it's a matter of financing, at least 1, if not 2 more ambulances to respond to emergency medical calls to try to keep that response time close to 4 minutes. It's interesting, fire response and EMS response is roughly the same, 4 to 6 minutes when we get to a fire call. We can usually keep that fire hopefully in the area of origin, if not in the incipient stage. And that's the best time to intervene if someone is having a heart attack or has been in a traumatic incident. So again, we often have to rely on outside ambulances to help us. And we sometimes have one or two ambulances available citywide, which means the response time is going to be truly extended. The saving grace, once again, is having the fire trucks respond to those medical calls.
So looking forward, just projecting out, you talk about new fire stations, which I'm not opposed to at all. But I know a few months back, the fire union, Local 64 came in and they really presented and laid out a good case as to why we should upgrade, update, and make our current stations safe and livable for our firefighters. And I know that there's a formula to bring forth brand new fire stations. How are we prioritizing that? I mean, for me, if you're saying that our current positioning of our fire stations are adequate to serve this community, how does that fit into, okay, new fire stations when the current fire stations we have are just, some of them are in deplorable conditions for our firefighters. And with that being said, would we push out building new fire stations at $12 million apiece? Because I think if you went in and you built in new kitchens, new living areas, new showers, new bathrooms, workout areas, so our firefighters could, stay conditioned, as well as other amenities that can really make their living environment more amicable. I don't know, and that's a question. Is there cost savings to be found by taking that approach as to building more fire stations?
I think we have a collection of fire stations that are generally deplorable. You said it perfectly, Mr. Mayor. We estimate about $221 million to get those fixed. Several can be rehabbed. Most need to be replaced. Replacement fire station, our neighbors a little bit to the north, Independence, looks like they're paying about $16 to $17 million for the 3 fire stations that they just got approved at $51 million. It's not a cheap proposition. And I think, again, we talked about this quite a while ago. No one in this room has got responsibility for letting that system get to where it is. Everybody in this room now has responsibility to fix it. One thing that we've asked for in this budget, I don't know if it's on this slide or not, but to increase our fire station annual maintenance budget by $300,000. For instance, Clam Park, we just put a kitchen in that fire station. I believe they're completely overhauling the bedrooms in that fire station. We will continue to work in that direction. Fairfax had to have a $40,000 air conditioning system. Most of the parts had to be manufactured, I'm told, because the system was so old. And I could go on, but having that kind of relief that additional 300,000 will go, I think we'll have a little bit of breathing room. Although I would recommend to stay as close to true with the Muncie Station, because again, that there's even concern about its structural integrity. I know we got that resolved, but again, that comes up every once in a while, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for that, Chief. I was just curious on the dedicated sales tax for fire. I believe if you go back to that slide, the sales tax slide, dedicated sales tax slide. Well, the colorful one. I believe it's slide 9. There you go. Chief, can you walk us through that? I believe these are are these actuals of things that you're asking for in the 2026 budget?
The list, I think on the 3 of the slides that describes the additions to the CIP requests. We're hoping for 300 and equipment payments. It looks like that's over 3 million rather. We're hoping for 300,000 to continue to replace the turnout gear that's mandated, that has to be replaced. 300,000 to improve the living conditions in our stations. Those are the things that we're asking for. In terms of what accounts they come from, of course, I look to budgeting and finance, Mr. Peterson, and Mr. Reggie to help us with that. Mr. Lindsay, is always on spot and helps us through that.
Yeah, I was just looking at just um, how we came to prioritizing, and I don't know, this is a question, so I'm not making any claims, but it looks like fire truck pumper, and that might be something that's a necessity. The hazmat equipment, aerial fire truck, fire station, facility improvement, which is on here. And then turnout gear for cancer prevention and health and fitness programs. Those are the things that are listed on slides 8 and 9. I guess my question is, when you talk about the human condition of firefighters, I mean, I guess, what, is there an exigency there to have these pumpers? Or, I mean, how do we come to that determination? When you talked about, about 200 million plus of station improvements that are necessary, I mean, how do we arrive and say, to get to that point? Or, I mean, is there a strategic plan in place? I mean, I don't know. I'm not accusing you of
Yes,
anything.
sir. There is, and we'll gladly provide the copy of what our apparatus plan is and why. But the basic unit that I think we have to have, I hope we would agree to that, is a pumper. In order for us to do any kind of elevated work at all, of course, it's a ladder truck. And in the heavy rescues, there's 2 of those. Currently, we operate with 15 pumpers, 7 ladder trucks, 2 heavy rescues, and 9 staffed ambulances, and 2 extra ambulances are what's called cross-staffed. When that ambulance is being used, again, out of Muncie as an example, that pumper truck has to go out of service. It's no longer available. We're doing 37,000 calls a year. It seems to increase about 3 to 4% per year every year. So it's over 100 calls, about 110 will happen today roughly. Without fire apparatus, I don't know how we would do that. It wasn't too terribly long ago when 5 fire stations, essentially a little bit more than a quarter of our entire system, had no fire trucks to operate with. They would show up in a Suburban with a 2.5 gallon fire extinguisher and wait for a real fire truck to show up to go to work. So that has been healed. This commission was great to allow us to do that. We're trying to get back on track where we have some reserve apparatus that is dependable, as almost as reasonable as a frontline vehicle. Nowhere near as new, nowhere near as nice, nowhere near as comfortable, but it certainly does its job when it needs to. We could slow down on getting fire apparatus, but I would say we'll be back in a hole exceptionally quick. When we ask for money for fire apparatus, sometimes people think, well, gosh, they just got a fire truck. When we ask for a fire truck today, it's 3 years before it's delivered, unless it's delayed longer. So if, for instance, the 2 fire trucks that are on order now, we would expect them to be in either late 27 or early 28 and so forth. The manufacturers have spread out some of the delivery dates up to 5 years. So there is a strategic plan. We can get a copy of that to you or the entire commission if you like. But that's, again, the basic units. I think if we slowed down on purchasing fire trucks, we would be in the same boat with fire trucks that we are with stations or that we are with personnel. It just has not been something that this community has been able to keep up with.
Now, this links to another question. It's just best practice. Is that a best practice to have the pumper go out with an ambulance on a medical call?
I would say probably about 50% of America does that. It certainly fits this community very, very well in that there's not an ambulance in every fire station. So to some degree, there's areas that if you waited just for the ambulance, it's going to be an extended period of time. So I would continue or certainly recommend to do that. But best practice would be to have a tiered service, which we do. We're delivering paramedic care from both a fire truck and an ambulance. Every once in a while, one day we went to 7th and Minnesota, and I believe it was either 6 or 7 patients that were all in great distress, having an overdose. So Each fire truck was able to work on a patient along with the ambulances that arrived, meaning that we needed a lot of help that day. At any point in time, a bus could crash. So I think we have about the right mix when it comes to fire trucks. Again, the standards are pretty clear. 10 years is frontline, 5 years in reserve, and then it's time to replace them. And we're an urban fire department. I don't think I have to describe that much more than that, meaning we put a lot of miles on a vehicle. I have some of the ambulance numbers memorized. They're well over 250,000 miles on ambulances. So we'd love to replace those a little sooner. But the fire trucks, again, we can't afford to not make sure that the fleet is being replenished and that the old ones get out of the system.
Now, I'm not knocking the profession, so don't take it as that. I remember I was on the police department
Yes, sir.
before that model took
Of course.
effect. And it was kind of shocking to me because, after a while, showing up to calls and you had firefighters waiting for the ambulance with us. And we were just kind of waiting on the ambulance. I'm not knocking that, but what I'm saying is with 80% of the calls, not buildings burning down anywhere that anybody can see, or cars catching on fire on a regular, regular normalcy, over 80% of the calls, and probably sometimes higher, from the information I've got, even when I was on the police department, are medical calls. So I'm looking at strategic investment. And you talked about wear and tear on pumpers and things of that nature. Is there any looking out? It's always great to have these big apparatuses, but to save wear and tear and maintain the apparatuses we have, a bigger investment on paramedics and ambulances to meet the needs of our residents with that demand, as opposed to using other areas to come in and provide ambulance service and things of that nature. Is there any bit thought, intentional thought being looking at, okay, most of our calls are medical. Why wouldn't we have more ambulances to show up to these things, as opposed to just firefighters on pumpers with an EMT that could probably be on standby if an actual fire broke out? You actually got the actual medical personnel and more ambulances that can show up to those scenes in a timely manner to be able to handle it. I don't know. It's not my profession. That's a question. And the only reason it's a question for me to you is because these are questions that people in the community have asked me. And I'm just.
Yes, sir. I think it's a great question. I think it's more than deserving for an answer. We have consistently asked for more ambulances. It's just not capable to be incorporated into the budget. So I appreciate that first thought that you had. I would just say that when firefighters arrive, they're not waiting for an ambulance. Most, if not all, of our senior paramedics are aboard fire trucks today. There's a pecking order as they work through the system and leave an ambulance and go to a fire truck and have to work ambulance duty slightly, but not as much as the younger folks. With that said, our senior paramedics are doing life-saving maneuvers to stabilize, to package, to prepare a patient for when the ambulance arrives. So it is a seamless system. It's a very good system. Could we come up with a better model? We'll certainly take a look at it. Some communities take the entire medical system and put it under contract. I think this commission knows I served under Mayor Shirley Franklin for almost 6 years in Atlanta. And the number one concern and complaint was that the ambulance system that they used never arrived in a timely fashion. And there was so much pressure put on Mayor Franklin, we started running the fire trucks to those calls. There was no incentive. Their focus was about making money. And I think our focus is about protecting the community with the great support of this commission. So I would urge you, if we're going to make sweeping changes, that we go about it slowly, that we look in depth, probably get some feedback from our union, of course. But I would say, given the current conditions, given the amount of medical calls that we have, continuing to use the fire apparatus to support EMS calls is a very good decision and a very valuable decision. for this community.
And I agree. And if you take what I said, when we first went to this,
Yes, sir. Of
we were
course.
waiting. But I can say over the years, and I'm glad, and I wanted you to bring that out. That model has been optimized to a point to where it runs very efficiently. So it's good to hear you say that that's probably a best practice, to have it come out. And I personally experienced, that model work personally on me, where, firefighters that were on, the pumpers, working in tandem with the ambulance that transported me, it was seamless. And I'm glad that I had, those firefighters there, working on me. And yeah, the ambulance came, it was all seamless. And I thought it was a very good model. And I just wanted that to be clear because that perception is out there of why, there's, we don't have more ambulances and things of that nature, and what that looks like as far as, our priorities moving forward. So thank you. I can say when anything starts new, it's always until
Yes,
you
sir.
get, you know what I'm saying?
I do, Mayor, and having started up paramedic service in Atlanta and in Washington, the only people that never seemed to want to complain was the people that used a paramedic off a fire truck. And in fact, they usually would show up with cookies or baked ham and share it with the fire station because they were so pleased with the service. And I know it's not a lot of money, Mr. Mayor, but our ambulance service brings in about 6.2 million. And I know it's small compared to the output that we have to have. So there is a financial, not reward, but a small 6.2 million offset.
Thank you. Commissioner Burns.
Yes, preparing your 26 budget, did you ask the opinion of the union officials of what they may offer?
We've had regular meetings, has to go over in any sort of specific detail and say that we're putting together the budget. I'd have to say no, sir. We get pretty strict directions and budget preparation information from the finance department. Of course, then we have targets that we have to meet. So we work through that pretty clearly. And I think we've got the best budget that we're offering. Certainly, it's not been approved by this body, and there's many more steps to go. But if there needs to be changes, we'll work with the changes, sir.
I understand that, you have to be careful about what information gets out early, but I don't know why that would be a big problem if you met with them and just went over the basics. Here's what we're going to ask the commission to do or not do, and get input. Maybe they could offer some things to you that you never thought about that could maybe be a cost savings.
You bet. Yes, sir. We'll take that.
Okay.
Thank you,
Commissioner Townsend,
Commissioner
your hand
Davis. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Townsend?
Thank you, Mayor, Madam Clerk, Townsend District 1. Good evening, Chief, and to your deputies there. I want to start off by thanking your department again for opening the headquarters up to two young people this summer who at the age of one was 13, I think another maybe 16, had determined that they wanted to join the fire department when they became of age. And everyone that they encountered there was quite gracious and welcoming to them. And I know that will impact them in their future career decisions. So one of the young men in a summer program, the one I'm talking about, says he wanted to be a firefighter, and this is for the last 2 years. So since he was 11, but seeing everyone there, I'm also putting in his head, yeah, that's where you can start off, but you could be a deputy chief successor or the chief's successor in years to come. So I have to thank you for that great experience for those two kids and for me this summer. I think my questions may fall in the area of best practice. And as we talk about expanding fire departments and adding people, I would like to know, do we have any measure based on our population that we are above or below reasonably the number of or the size of our fire department. If you Googled, as I did a few minutes ago, population size for Kansas City, Kansas, you'll get a response that should be around 156,752 persons. As of 2024, it may be 156,607 based on the 2020 census. Is there any way that we can correlate based on those population numbers if we're right-sized right now?
I think there's some programs out there that would help us take a look, but there are other factors I'd ask the commission to consider. We have a little bit more than 100 miles of interstate highway that transcends our community. I'm told that it's somewhere between 250 to 300,000 cars a day, every day. We probably do 8 or 10 automobile accidents, including today, that it would be people that do not live in the community. Of course, I think we're the second largest train hub. Don't quote me on that, but I've been told many times. I know we're a major train hub that brings in all types of related issues, whether it's a chemical car leaking or a fire in a diesel locomotive or a brake box that is overheated. And then you'd have to take another look. I'm told that somewhere close to about 60%. I got that number from the Chamber of Commerce at a program that I sat through. About 60% of the workers that go to Fairfax, and perhaps Mr. Kane could even shed some light, are from out of town, that they're commuting in the morning. They're there for 8, 9 hours, and then they commute home, which swells and expands our population. So I think if we did it simply based on the resident population that we know about, and again, I'd have to say that the unhoused, probably there's another 5 calls where we respond to their needs and they're not counted. So again, I think an efficiency model we could produce for you, but I don't think it would by any means take a look at just a few factors that I've discussed in just a second or two. So I think, again, we try to monitor our response times very closely. Most of the time, we're making those response times. There's times where we currently can't make those response times for various reasons. But I would submit to you that it is not just a simple matter of how many people live in a community and how many firefighters there are. All those other factors have to be considered, ma'am.
And I appreciate that. I guess what I'm looking at, though, is it would just be a basis to start, because with the persons who come and go in our city, who work here but leave, and the others that you mentioned that may not work here but be dependent on social services, the population is a place to start, because those are going to be the people who pay taxes. And not all of them are tax paying age. I get that. That number cites age ranges across the board. So it's just a place to start. So I
Yes,
would
ma'am.
be very interested in knowing that. And you did mention some unique commerce situations that you have. We are a major railhead. That means we're going to have more opportunities for, say, hazardous material situations. I get it, but just starting out with who may be paying taxes here as a correlation to the size of our force. I'd really like to know the answer to that. If there is some mechanism that we can be used to determine that. So that would be my ask.
Yes, ma'am. We'll certainly look into that.
Thank you. Thank you. The other thing, and this point was made, as we look at making old stations more tolerable. That would be the best example I could use, and consider new ones. The point is you've always got costs. As you said, for Fairfax, you had to put in an air conditioning unit, I believe.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
Fairfax was reopened maybe 3 years ago. This would be more for our staff. I'd like to know how much we've added to the budget since within the last 3 years we reopened that station. That's not really for the chief. I know you'll get numbers from him, but I would just like to have some idea of how much we've added to our city budget because we did reopen that station. Again, I'd like to thank you, Chief, and all your staff, those people who run to danger every day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. Wasn't sure. Quick question, Chief. So on your, on the budget, I'm looking at the administration side. It says there are about 10 FTEs. How many assistant chiefs, deputy chiefs do you have right now on staff?
There are 3 deputy chiefs, sir. One is the fire marshal, one takes care of administrative services, one functions as the operations deputy chief.
Okay, so the other positions in administration, what are those positions?
There's a captain, that's an administrative captain that takes care of all the associated needs, if you will, of those members, and many other duties such as producing the biweekly report that you have. And then there is a budget manager. Then we have 2 administrative assistants. I think that might make 10.
Gotcha. And then how many chief officers total?
I think there's 31.
31, okay. And out of the 31, how many, are we talking full-time or how many, or what's the delineation?
They're all full-time. We have 3 battalion chiefs per shift on 3 shifts, so that would be 9. We've got 3 assistant chiefs per shift, so now we're up to 12. 3 are in fire investigations, correction 4. So now we're at 16. We mentioned the deputy chiefs and myself, so now we're at 20. We've got, I think, 11 assistant chiefs, 9 assistant chiefs. So it looks like, I think we have 29 to be, instead of saying 30, I think we actually have 29 currently.
29 all full-time?
Oh, yes, sir.
Gotcha. For Fire Station 20AC on here, and just want to make sure I understand this, fire station replacement planning and or sites. And I think this is, yep, there we go, on the site there on page 13. $1 million, is that for Fire Station 20 or is that for another project?
We're hoping it would be for Fire Station 20 Muncie, sir.
Okay, gotcha. I wanted to make sure. Where are we on that? How much has been spent so far on that project?
I'm going to defer, I hope, to Mr. Lindsay.
I want to say that somewhere between $500,000 and $1 million has been spent. I don't know the exact amount right off.
Okay, gotcha. And I mean, this is saying planning and or site work. So what would that have been spent on?
So the $500,000 to $1 million that I'm talking about we spent on is like current site work that has been done. And so this is a additional $1 million for additional site work that may need to be done.
I think site work also refers to making the land buildable, that in fact it's level and the terrain is correct, what the drainage might be. I think to bring in the various utilities, such as laterals for sewer and water, those sorts of things, I believe typically go into the preparation work for a building that size.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Kane?
You, Mayor. First of all, we're the 3rd or 4th largest rail around. And if you look at the situation we're now with all the bridges closed down, it's a significant amount of time that's taken longer. And then on 18th Street is a chemical place you know, that most people don't realize it's a chemical place. And then when they closed the Station 15 in Fairfax, a couple of times employees had to take themselves to the hospital because it took that long because of the trains. I'm not blaming anybody, but for the trains and stuff like that. It's also the most volatile area in the metropolitan area with all the petroleum. If you look on the bridge, on the side of the bridge, that great big pipe, that's fuel. And then every single day, all day long, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, tankers are down there getting fuel. So it was, in my mind, it was wrong to close it. I think it's great. It's open. It needs to stay open. You know,
I'm all in favor of it staying open. I hope that rumor hadn't gotten out. I think everything you've said have been accurate. And I failed to mention, it's over 100 miles of pipeline in this community that's moving natural gas, LNG, gasoline, diesel fuel. And of course, we have problems with that every once in a while. Generally, it's safe, but once a pipeline breaks, you can imagine the problems that it causes.
you know, and a few years ago, and I was in Cincinnati when it happened, one of the tankers caught on fire. And it worked the way it's supposed to, where it melted inside itself, right?
Yes, sir.
Those are things that a lot of the general public doesn't know, that this is one of the most dangerous areas in all of Wyandotte County. You know, and I told this story earlier today. I was teaching a CPR class when a guy had a massive heart attack. 15s were still open. They got down there in a matter of seconds, and the guy was off and was able to come back to work a couple of weeks later. That station is crucial for that area. You know, and I can't say that enough. I won't be around here for long, but it's something that we need to keep in mind, is the safety of the people that live here and the people that work here.
I think I just have to say that's a great example of not having a huge population, but an amazing need for a fire station. We had one of the silos on fire that went to a third alarm. We had a confined space rescue and explosion. Thank goodness the man was able to get out. That took a tremendous amount of resources, right down from the fire station and across from General Motors. But again, it's very difficult to say this should be managed by population only because there's so many other factors.
Chief, I just have to agree with Commissioner Kane. I think that you all have a very essential role, and with all the fuel, and I think Commissioner Kane, you were down there. I think Kansas City, Kansas is the epicenter for all the fuel in the metro. I think it all runs through here so it's really that's why I asked you about the fire station, if you thought it was adequate. But hopefully the plan moving forward long after I'm gone is upgrade and provide better living conditions, which I observed in your request, as well as making sure that we provide fire stations and the personnel to be able to staff them to meet the needs of our community, not just today, but well into the future as we continue to grow. So thank you so much, Chief.
Thank you, sir.
I think as we move on to the police department and they come forward, I just want to put on a plug for our capital schedules that we have in the budget document. So starting on, a lot of the numbers that you see on these slides are aggregated. So on the fire slides, those items were lease financed. So a lot of that budget is locked up. We only have actually 2 new apparatus that are being on the schedule for 2026. So all that details on our fire equipment schedules in the back of the budget document, starting on in the capital section. So police department, just an overview of the police department. The police city budget is made up of city general fund, Wyandotte County 911 fund, and dedicated sales tax. It's a budget of $67.9 million. Funded FTE count is 369.5 FTEs. Department hierarchy, we have police administration, operations bureau, investigations and services bureaus. The largest component of the police budget is personnel at 84%, followed by contractual services at 9%. Of the Eugene City tax levy funds makes up 25%, and 31% of the city tax levy fund, the city general fund. So again, the largest portion of the police budget is personnel at 84%. And then the police department's top operational expenses are fleet and insurance expenses for their vehicles, communications, software and systems maintenance, and inmate housing costs, not medical costs. And then for the city, some big budget impacts would be data domain, 60,500, and Street Smart, just two systems we had to add budget for. And then capital for 2026, we're scheduled looking to get a new animal services, crematorium, taser mandatory carry, mobile data computers, network equipment, storage area network, and we're programmed to transfer $2.6 million for fleet to help assist with fleet demands. On the county side of the budget, the police department has a budget of $5.3 million. County FTE count 51.75 FTEs. That is made up of building security and then police dispatch, CUG security. The police department helps assist with security on our joint city county buildings. The sheriff doesn't take care of. And then public safety dispatch is the majority of the budget at 92%. Police department makes up 4% of the county budget. And I'll turn it over to Chief Oakman and his staff for any further questions or comments.
All right, good evening. It was good afternoon. Now it's good evening. So really a couple things I want to mention is on our FTE positions, as you notice, the 369, that includes civilians. It actually is funding 309 sworn, which is about a 60%. I'm sorry, 60 sworn positions that are not being funded. So I just wanted to point that out. And eliminating 60 sworn positions will be very difficult for us. That's the equivalence to a whole patrol division, as well as that's 3 community policing divisions. That's like what our current community policing is times 3. We've worked very diligently to cut costs, operating I've been here for about 4 years and we've been understaffed my entire time. This would put us in the worst position since I've been here. Through all that, we managed to increase community engagement, community trust, decrease crime to historical levels. In fact, we're on track right now with homicides to actually possibly set a new record. And as of today, all 15 of our homicides have been solved. That's 100% solvability rate. And our men and women in our department are working their tails off. We've really worked to change the whole image of crime and violent crime in Kansas City, Kansas. And that took a lot of work. So based on this budget, there's possibly no way that we're going to continue to be able to do that. And like I said, we've done a lot of things to really try to reduce costs. Since 2021, we've gotten $10.8 million in grants to buy equipment, staffing, stuff that wasn't funded by the UG that was necessary for us to continue to be innovative and technologically advanced and compete with other police departments. In addition to that, one thing we did, we changed our logos. As you notice, we used to have black and white police cars. Well, that wrap cost about $1,100 a car. So that's something we changed. And that was a good change because the vehicles look much sharper now, but that saves about $1,100 a car. In addition to that, we went into the lease program, which is saving us money. And in fact, just about 2 months ago, we reduced the size of the detective vehicles to smaller vehicles and got $135,000 credit back into our vehicle fund. So we've been really working, trying to reduce costs. Another thing I want to mention, we've heard in previous meetings about our command staff being top heavy. We are within best practices. We follow PERF, major city chiefs, as well as IACP, which I'm a working member on all three of those organizations. We've been pretty consistent in our deputy chief positions and our major positions going back to 2012. In fact, in 2012 and 13, we had 4 deputy chiefs. 2014, we had 3. 2015, 2016, 2017, and 2018, we had 2. Then 2019, we've had 3, and we've had 3 every year since then. And our major positions have fluctuated between 6 and 8, going back to 2012, with the last 6 years being 8 majors, which is what we have currently. So we're, like I said, we're working, and we've done everything since I've been here as chief. We've done everything that budget has asked us to do. And this is just one at this point. Unfortunately, you will see an impact based on these funded positions. So I'll take it for questions at this point.
Thank you, Chief. Commissioner King?
Thank you, Mayor. So you're 60 down now, and are you going to lose some through the drop program?
Well, right now, we currently have 12 that's being funded by a federal grant. So with that federal grant, those 12 being funded, we're at about 316 right now. And we've lost so far this year, we've lost 19. Last year, we lost 23 for the whole year. So it's trending, and there's a lot of issues for the loss, which we can go into later. But right now, we're at 19, and we anticipate more. And that's through resignations, terminations, and people resigning.
Did you come up with the number 60?
Did I come up with the number 6?
60 short?
No. We were not consulted on that.
So you were told that that's what you had to do. Is that correct?
We were given this budget with our FTEs of 369.5. And we asked, was that because our total sworn is 369. So you could look at it and we could go, hey, they're funding all our positions. So we called budget and asked, and they said, no, that's 309 are sworn and the other are civilian positions.
And I'm a jerk when I ask questions like this. But public safety is one of the most important things we have. Police, sheriffs, fire. And yeah, they're expensive, but they're worth it. You guys have done a really good job since you've been here, and you lower crime, and now we're asking you to do more with less manpower or people power. And Mayor and Administrator and Commissioners, I think this one needs to take a serious look, and in my mind, no less than 10 and maybe 20, because of what's happening, because you're losing people, you're going to lose more, and it takes a while to get them all trained up. And these are things that the public wants, right? And it's expensive. There is no doubt about it. And I always talk about, let's get what you want, not what you need. And you need a hell of a lot more than what you got. And that's just my opinion. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I'd like to add one thing. You'd mentioned the drop program. If it wasn't for the drop program, we would be down probably another 25 officers right now. So the drop program has helped, but we're going to come to a position when the 3 and 5 year drop program's up and people are going to be flying out the door.
Thank you. Commissioner Lopez?
Yeah, first, I do want to, also, first thing is I want to tell you that you guys did a phenomenal job too at Deputy Ming's services.
Thank you.
So there's one thing I was asking some officers about. Do we have enough, does PD have enough shields with, for rifle rounds? I'm not, I wasn't for sure do we need more?
Yeah, we had that discussion and we're looking now to make sure that we have one in every patrol car, which was something I didn't mention. In 24 and 25, we've spent a total of about $700,000 making sure that we get needed equipment from our law enforcement trust fund. We didn't ask the UG to fund that. Like I said, we're really diligently making sure that we don't make a lot of budget requests. But we're in the process after that incident is ensuring that we have the proper shields in every vehicle. And that's going to come with some other training. So, because we did look at that, some things that we do have ballistic helmets and making sure on those kind of situations that we're wearing those ballistic helmets, we're using those shields.
Yeah, I was, and I was asking something like, I know that the rifle round shields are a little bit heavier and bulkier, and one officer was actually showing me how, you know, if they had to go into a situation and one officer could set up shop right next to him on using that shield as well. But also the lighter shield is more for pistol rounds. But my question was like, God forbid, but if it 5.56, 7.62, or, you know, 308 round was to penetrate, would that still penetrate the vest along with, you know, I don't know if there's been testing, but I know there's a lot hotter rounds out there that are, you know, that will, like those green tips are dangerous. But, okay, so how much are those rifle shields a piece? Are they, I'm gonna throw a number like 2,500 or a lot more than that?
No, I believe they're a little less than that. I don't have the George, you know.
I'd have to research that to give you a good answer.
Yeah.
Purchase of both of them, but it slips my mind. I think they were just under 2,000 for the Bellator, the Berkeley 3A pistol grade. And it seems like the other ones came in at approximately 2,000 as well for the 3+ shields. Control.
And then, but we have enough already that will fit comfortably in each patrol vehicle?
No, we have approximately enough that every vehicle has one of one kind or the other. And we do have both kinds deployed in the field at any given time. But every car is not equipped with both grades.
Or is it now, is there room for both as far as that's concerned?
It could be done. Yeah,
Yeah.
there's a place behind the driver's seats the way our vehicles are currently configured. So, I mean, mounting those has always been a challenge because you don't just want them to be rattling.
Right. No, I get that. Yep.
But yes, I believe they've already got a mounting fix for that, because there are some vehicles that have both grades, but those are the exception. I think with the changing cars, that may not be so anymore, but I'm not sure because I don't put my head in the cars often anymore. But yes, they can both be mounted behind the driver's seat.
Yeah, and we bought 20 of them last year, and I would ask if you don't mind, Commissioner, if we can have this,
Oh, yes, sir.
because this is a public meeting and there could be some officer safety issues if we go any deeper, but we can have this conversation offline.
Yes, sir.
Totally
Thanks.
agree.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Davis.
Chief, thank you so much, and to your department, thank you all. I was kind of looking through our budget and us retaining CALEA standards and making sure that we are meeting those professional standards is very, very important. I know there's a lot of other accolades that your department has, so thank you. I want to ask about and kind of reconcile, because we've had this happen multiple times. It's like you took my FTEs from my department. So I just want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. We have 369 that's currently on screen. And this question's for our budget and finance folks first, and then I'll get back to PD. So it's 369 on screen. I'm looking at the actual proposed budget that's on kind of public on our website, and there's a total of 465.75, and I know that's including grants and everything else. Help me reconcile those two, and then how many vacancies are in the 2026 budget for KCKPD?
Michael Peterson, he's going to answer your question.
Okay, yeah.
So Michael Peterson, Deputy Budget Director. I can say, so the 369.50, that's what's in the city funds. So that's what's in city general fund and dedicated sales tax. And then there's another 51.75 that are in the county general fund. So not going to do the math in my head. I'm probably not going to get the answer right. But if you add those together and take that from the budget document, the rest would be grants. So the budget document includes grants, which wouldn't be on either of these two slides.
Yep.
And then I'll say of the positions that we're referring to, so one of the things that we were tasked, one of the primary things that we were tasked with during this budget cycle was addressing our vacancy trend. So you can, I don't know if you would, if the commission would recall, and during last year's budget process, we had to add roughly $4 million to both the city and the county general fund for personnel overages. This year, again, we had to add roughly $4 million in the amended budget for the city and county general fund for personnel overages. Our hiring and just the number of positions we've had filled has been increasing. So to prevent that from happening again, we were tasked with eliminating the vacancy trend. So that was millions of dollars in both the city and the county general fund of positions that we were not funding. We did not have the revenue to support. So what we did was we went through each department's budget and we looked at prior staffing levels, what they had been staffed the previous few years, and anything that was not staffed was frozen for the time being until we identify revenues that can be used to fund those positions. And that was done to prevent us from, again, exceeding our budget authority for next year's amended budget process, especially since we're so tight on our budgets.
So out of my quick math, it was like 420-ish, give or take. How many of those are vacancies?
So that's a number that's going to trend over time, just depending on, but as they're saying, you know, people retire, people leave to separate for whatever reason. The way that our budget is going to be constructed going forward is the second that those people leave, those positions can be refilled, and we wouldn't necessarily have to worry about not having the funding to support those positions. So when we say 369, we really mean that they can have 369 positions. It's not we say 400 and they can only have 369, which is kind of what was the case before, is not every position that was on our position inventory was actually funded. And so now in our 26 budget, every position that's on the position inventory should be funded and able to be filled.
Okay, I'm still not necessarily.
And I can't answer how many are vacant right now.
How many?
'cause
Well,
that-
not
that will
vacant right
change.
now. So Chief, how many are vacant right now in your?
Do you want, he's mixing.
Sure, just
civilian
total.
and
Just give me a
everything.
blank.
Oh, when you talk about, the civilian numbers is
Okay.
kind of difficult to kind of determine.
Would be an estimate.
Yeah, so estimate of those civilian, we would say probably the bulk of that number is going to be sworn. Yeah, they're going to be sworn numbers.
How many vacant sworn officers?
Right now,
Vacant positions.
vacant positions, sworn, if you take the 12 grant positions and add that to our, estimated number of 369. So when I say 369 sworn, don't pay attention to that number because that's not 369 sworn.
Yep.
That includes civilians. When you add that, that's 381. And right now we have 316. So 381 minus 316 is, what is that? You do the math in my head.
They're looking at about 65.
Yeah,
So roughly.
that's
you're-
pretty
Roughly
consistent.
65 between civilian and sworn.
Right.
Right, that's mixing. Okay.
And then we do have, now I do want to point out,
Yeah.
we do have 21 in the academy, but they would be on the civilian side until they move into the sworn, correct?
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. And then just it's okay if you all haven't done the analysis, but what is the net gain of new sworn and civilian? And when I say that is, you'll have folks that come, you'll have folks that leave, you'll have folks that are promoted, all that stuff. Do you all have kind of this like trend or number that's like, this is what we could confidently hire? I think y'all are great. I think your recruiting folks are going to do great. I don't know if you can hire 65 folks next
Right.
year. So what would that optimal number be with your trends?
Right. So to Micah Peterson's point, based on the trends from 2 years ago, yes, but since then, the whole hiring environment around sworn has changed.
Yes.
We started a program in January of a recruiting push, and we've exceeded all of our numbers. Like I said, we put in the largest class we've probably put in 5 years of 2023. And that trend, because most police departments in the metro are filling up. So one of the things when you talk about our recruiting, the recruiting has gotten better. So yes, there's no way we could hire 65 people.
Yeah.
But what gets you concerned is when you show 60 vacancies, and as these people are leaving, you can't hire them.
I see what
That's where you start getting concerned, because it's not, it's one of those things where you have to hire them, put them in the academy, and that takes time, up to 6 months. But if that's something that's on the table, which we didn't know, then that makes more sense. But that wasn't communicated to us.
Gotcha. Okay, I would encourage just some clarity and some conversation. I think we've kind of seen this happen a few times where the sheriff came, had a similar issue. Public Works is going to come, and already with the street maintenance division, there's going to be that same issue. And now PD, that same issue. Fire, for whatever reason, is able to knock it out of the park when it comes to.
That's because they're 100% full.
Yes, exactly. So I do think we need to land on. I'm not in favor of, because we have to budget for that, which means folks have to pay for it, of setting a bar that we know our departments cannot meet. At the same time, I don't want to cut kind of our legs from under us and not allow you all to operate optimally with the current recruiting capacity that you have. And so if we can work to get on what that number is, that would be beneficial, just so we can say, hey, confidently we can hire or net 20, right, combined civilian, right, and sworn. That gives us something that we can work with and something that we can confidently say we can fill. I want to switch gears a little bit. Animal services, obviously, thank you all just for the emphasis you have worked with us to put in. I want to thank municipal court and obviously with our legal department there. I've worked with Commissioner Bynum on this. Is there anything in this particular budget or any new initiatives that we should be aware of that will help animal services? I say this because, again, going back to the community survey, animal services was one of the highest areas of dissatisfaction in my district and, quite frankly, community-wide. I don't think we talk enough about it, but you all have done a phenomenal job of placing emphasis. So please do talk about if there's anything on the horizon for the 2026 budget.
Yeah, I think, and most of it is within the budget. As you know, just I think it was yesterday, we had an event down at Animal Services. So one of the things the director, Ashley Scott, is doing a fantastic job, and really a fantastic job of really leveraging our private partnerships to really increase our spade and neutering and just our adoptions and just the overall response to complaints that we do get around the animal services. One thing, and it's not necessarily a budgetary issue, but we're going to work with our community minority liaison and start working on some cultural programs around animal ownership and responsibility. And I think in our community, I think that would be a very successful program that we can probably see immediate results, because that's what animal services is finding out. There is some cultural issues around animal responsibility in KCK.
Love it, love it, love it. Please let us know, because I understand it is one issue that leads to other issues, right? That bad pet owner oftentimes has some other issues that may lead to something that is far more serious, not to downplay that. And so I love that we're doing that. I know you are going to be working on that committee for illegal dumping as well. Is there anything on the horizon or anything in this budget regarding illegal dumping that we should be aware of, or anything regarding requests?
Well, one of the things as we get more technology, which we are doing even through our real-time crime center, that we are looking at getting better cameras to really focus on some of those issues that community policing is dealing with. And there's another issue when you talk about staffing. We do want to get to a point where we can fill some spots in community policing, because right now there's 7 people down in community policing. And that's just because we have to keep investigations and patrol staffed. And I'll give you an example. Even when you look at the situation with Deputy Ming, the majority of our police department was on that call, and we had 8 officers that have been off from work. And unfortunately, 4 of them are still off and hasn't returned back to duty. And then we follow that up with the incident we had on State, which took 5 more officers. And when you're operating at the bare minimum, you look at in a week, 2-week time, that's that's 13 officers that are not available due to the situation. And so we just ask that you continue to have those officers in your prayers, because we believe a couple of them may have a long journey back. But we're giving them the support, and We just want to really stress that they're supported so they can make a full recovery back to work.
Absolutely, and thank you for sharing that and their families as well. Last thing, street racing. I know there has been some crackdowns on street racing, and I'm pleased to see that this is a metro-wide effort because, again, we have interstate highways that can up and down and through both sides of state line. Anything in this budget, any new initiatives, without giving away
Well,
too much? What should we look to expect to support you all in those efforts?
Well, we're going to continue to do operations, and we partner with Kansas City, Missouri. We found out that that's usually the best approach because we're looking at, and we do a lot with our real-time crime center through intelligence, and also we're in the process of looking at the drone as first responders, which would help. And we've actually purchased our first from the Law Enforcement Trust Fund. They're again not an item that we've gotten from our general budget. And we're looking at some other options to get some outside private funding on that program. As I said earlier, we're trying to do whatever we can to offset costs from our general fund.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Townsend and Commissioner Hill both have their hands raised.
Commissioner, who's first?
Townsend.
Commissioner Townsend? Commissioner Townsend?
Thank you, Mayor, Madam Clerk. Good evening, Chief, and to all the staff that is in the room from the police department. I want to say that I appreciate the focus from day one that you have had on public outreach and building trust with the community before something happens. And I have to believe that the reduction in serious crime that we're experiencing is directly attributable to what you've done in that regard. So I appreciate you and the entire staff that you have. You're sworn and those civilians on the police department. I'd like to give you the opportunity to address if you can, and not tonight, but I would want to know what are we right-sized again? I know you need more from the presentation, but considering the number of people in our city, about 100 and just make it 57,000, are we anywhere close to where we should be? We don't know. And feel free to say, I have to get back to you. But I don't know that we've asked these questions in the past so that we have some idea.
Yeah, we looked at the state of Kansas officers based on the population. Now, this is looking across the state of Kansas, and when you look at Topeka and Wichita, probably outside of those two cities are going to deal with the same type of issues we have. So with Kansas City, Kansas being about 155,000, it's a little deceiving because we're in a metro of 2 million. But based on Kansas, we should have about 355 sworn. That's working. And we're nowhere near that.
Okay.
And I can get you that information and send that to you.
Well, that's helpful to me. Let's call it 355, and I do not have the handout, so I'm trying to follow the numbers of sworn and the unsworn. So this budget is asking you to work with what, 309 sworn?
Well,
heard that number.
based on the FTEs, but in all actuality, I would say when it's all said and done, it should be around 330, 32. And when I say 355, that would that's comparing us to places that don't have any issues like nearly the issues we have, especially when you talk about poverty and some of the other stuff. That study, that included every jurisdiction in Kansas, which, like I said, outside of those 2 or 3 cities. So when you talk about 369, that's probably pretty accurate, I would say.
Okay, I understood from earlier, this is me listening, trying to write the 369 number. That included, though, not sworn positions. Is that right?
Yeah, the 369 on the presentation included civilians also. And when we checked with budget, that number of 369 on the FTEs, 309 accounted to sworn.
To sworn. Okay. And is that the number that this budget contemplates going into 2026 for you?
Yes, based on the funding that it would fund 309
309.
sworn.
Okay.
And I'm assuming based on what budget has said, that was if there wasn't any changes, but, and correct me if I'm wrong, but they're saying that we would replace vacancy per person per vacancy as they occurred,
Okay.
which
So,
makes me
okay.
feel a lot more comfortable.
Okay. So the 309, that's the proposed. What number should I compare that to in 2025 that was sworn? It's not the 369 number, I guess. What would be the comparable number
I
under
think
this
the
budget?
most we had in the most we've had in 2024, I believe it was right at three for a moment, right around 331.
What about in this budget, year 25? Would it have been
Right
331?
now, we have 316, but we also have 21 that's in the training academy right now that's not attached to that 316 number.
Okay. So, okay. I guess I'm trying to figure out what the total drop in sworn is from one budget year to the next. That's what I was trying to narrow it down to. So it looks like 316 down to 309.
Well, and that would be a question for budget. I'm just going off of the FTE that they submitted for 2026, which is funding 309
Okay,
positions.
sworn. Okay. Well, that gives me some frame of reference, though, for how much of a drop there is from 2025. Okay. Commissioner Davis asked some really direct service questions. We see on TV what's going on with the crackdown. I guess this is a Metro right crackdown again on these side shows. So happy to see that that has not left our focus either. You saying, and you're saying you're currently 7 down on community policing.
Yes, those on
Okay.
that position. Yeah.
Yeah. And I have to thank them for being as responsive as they have been with calls that I've made on behalf of constituents, especially with illegally parked cars, 18-wheelers, cabs of 18-wheelers. Those are particularly hot recurring items in my district. In fact, I called in on one that I'd seen a cab and it turns out that was stolen. So I appreciate what community policing has continued to do with us, the decrease in people that they have. I think those were all the questions I have for clarification. Appreciate you and the department. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Commissioner Hill.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Hill.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone, and thanks to all the departments. I haven't said anything tonight, but thanks to all the departments for your work and the information you have been revealing to us this evening. I just have one question. I think I kind of understand the numbers for Chief Oakman. I remember earlier this year, um, I think part of the conversation for the lack of personnel was due to the residential requirement that we have for uh, our staff. Do you see that as a continued challenge for your department for keeping staff or for recruiting staff?
Yeah, I think it's always been a challenge. I wouldn't say it's the main challenge. There's a few things now that has I think one is now we've dropped to the bottom third in the metro in pay, so that's a big one. And then when you talk about facilities, we've made some inroads on vehicles and equipment. So I think we're pretty good on vehicles and equipment and technology. One of the things that it's very difficult for us to compete with other departments is on the facility side. And then, of course, the residency does play an issue.
Okay, thank you. I just was curious to see where we were on that. Okay, thank you very much.
And with that, I wanted to, as I mentioned, facilities, I think this is a good point to turn into the facility discussion because this is not, it wasn't included on it was with facilities, but I don't think facilities can make a good argument for our facility. I think we can make a better one ourselves. So we want to touch on West Patrol real quick, if that's okay.
I just have to comment as well.
Okay.
Your leadership, you've done awesome things since you've been chief. I advocated for you from day one to be our chief, and you have over-delivered. Obviously, in my opinion, you're one of the better chiefs anywhere you can find in this metro. And when you talk about historic lows in violent crime, the innovation you've brought, the diversity you've brought to the department, the way you've reorganized things to make it a more efficient and effective department, considering the challenge that you don't have the personnel you need. When you look at these FTEs, and you're still managing through your leadership and the good men and women of the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department, historic lows in violent crime, 100% solvability rate in homicide. That's unheard of almost anywhere in this nation. That says a lot about your leadership and the good work of the men and women of the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department. And as a mayor, I want to say, I don't care what anybody says, this is truly one of the best police departments anywhere you'll find in our great nation. And we need to make sure that we highlight and thank these officers for their services because they answer a lot of calls, they're under a lot of stress, they're exposed to a lot of things, and the chief briefly mentioned that most people not only won't see, but don't want to see in a lifetime. And just through the innovation, the technology, the improvements that you brought, I think that really speaks volumes of the type of police department we have, and we're proud of the work of the men and women of the police department under your leadership. I agree with everything here on this list. I have no complaints. The one thing I disagree with, and maybe Reggie, you can help me with this, when I was on the police department, I believe this is the same number we've been at for a decade or more, 369 when you talk about FTEs.
Yeah, that is correct. When you were on the police department, it was
I
369.
mean, I don't know how far it goes back, but I remember that number being static for years. I don't know what it's going to take, but I recommend our police department, this number has been like this.
And the 369 is for sworn. It's not the whole department.
Yeah, for sworn. Our police department should be a police department of at least 400, nothing less. our community has grown. I believe these numbers go back to, and I could be wrong, consolidation, or pre-consolidation, maybe. I just, and we
At
haven't.
one point in time, it was 393, I believe, and it got dropped to the 369.
Is that total? Okay, well, that,
And that's for sworn.
well, I'm just going back to my time in management, and I just remember this number always being consistent. And I think, I don't know why we dropped police officers, and, and I always said, if you don't have a safe community, you can never have a great community, because people will leave if they don't feel safe. And you can look at what's going on around the country, especially with the national narrative. And I just say to our administrator, and this commission, we need to increase that number back up to at least the 390 where they're at, or the 400. We need to make sure that we have the type of personnel. This chief needs to be able to do the things to keep this community safe. And I say that respectfully. Chief, we have an academy of over 20, I believe, right now going through.
21, I believe.
How many, I know the number, what it used to be, but how many currently can the academy staff and personnel, how many candidates can they get through an academy throughout the year? And I know we've played with that sometimes, where we've managed to squeeze in 3 academies here and there, but how many academies can, with the staffing you have, how many candidates can you roll out as sworn officers?
Well, based on the current staffing and the time, we usually can do about 3 a year academies. But as usual, as you know, being a former deputy chief, when you tell them something they've never done before, they think they can't do it until they do it. I think they have the potential to do a lot more. And we've done that because they didn't think they could do the 2021 that we have in there now. And 2 years ago, they didn't think they could do 2 classes at the same time. But guess what? They did 2 classes at the same time and was just fine. So.
And that's good news. And it sounds like with a full class, this is one of the larger classes. It seems like something's changed to where you have more individuals wanting to be police officers and signing up. Do you see that trend starting to trend in that direction, or is it just kind of a one-off?
Well, I think it's trending, and you've had a lot of changes in the federal workforce. You've had a lot of changes in the workforce in general. So we're starting to get more. Now, I will tell you this, we're getting more, but we're eliminating more also.
Well, that's good too, that you're holding officers, so those that don't think, we have a chief in the police department that don't hold officers accountable. You heard from the chief, we do, and historically going back for as long as I can remember on the police department, officers were held accountable. I mean, I can't tell you how many officers, well, I'm not going to get into that. We have a lot of good police officers, but once it's determined that an officer is not cutting it, I can tell you going back, most chiefs and this chief, they're going to make sure that officers are held accountable to the expectation that this community has for them to be good public servants. I say that, so I don't know, and maybe Administrator, you can answer that question. How do we get a recommendation to at least increase these FTEs to at least 400?
Well, I think first of all, we're going to have a financial plan that's acceptable to this commission, because we're going to have to free up resources that's balanced against all the departments. And I think we can do a financial plan that allows us to grow the department, but it's going to have to be a commitment passed in this budget that we can follow over the next few years. But yeah, again, this is a financial commitment that we'll have to live with and take it forward. And it's a commitment for public safety for this community. Again, that's commitment to resources.
Thank you, Administrator. And I say that because we've got to look ahead and vision forward. when you talk about the economic development potential that could be coming within the next 2 or 3 years, I mean, this number cannot sustain the level of what we've come to expect of historic lows in violent crime and being responsive and all those things with the type of developments that are projected to come here to Wyandotte County moving forward. We have to grow our police department and our fire department to make sure that they can have the personnel to keep this community safe. I did bring up in the interim now, because you are short, Chief, and one thing that I brought up is a recommendation. When I became mayor, you told me you were short. First thing I got rid of and gave back to you was my security detail. Those are several officers that I returned to you to, several of them could be put back out on the streets or, that was your discretion. Also made the recommendation too, that if we can't get to the 369 and Deputy Chief Anderson mentioned it too. I mean, you got people on the drop program, but they're not going to be on the drop program forever. And if recruitment doesn't increase, I'm hoping it does based on your projections, but if it doesn't increase and you start dropping deputy chiefs, majors, other folks, one thing that I mentioned is for a brief period of time, I mean, I was one deputy chief with the chief and I managed it just fine. That's just an option that maybe you think about for consideration for you, not to tell you how to do your job, but I'm just telling you, it worked out fine for me. And because when I looked at getting rid of my security detail, it was like, we need boots on the ground to answer the calls, check the buildings, and respond, and to be visible in our community, keep the community safe. And so I could forego that, the personnel I had. Is it going to be more work? Yeah, when I was the sole deputy chief, can't tell how many late nights I had, but I enjoyed it. And I did the work, came in on weekends, and did what needed to be done to get the job done on behalf of the residents as a public servant. That's just one thing to throw out there as well. And I mentioned to the administrator, if you were to ever go that route, if that was a decision you made and recommended to the administrator, if you were to go down, I mean, those are salaries of 3 or 4, however many folks. If you did have that 1 or 2 deputy chiefs, that's additional money that you could pay them for the additional work they're going to be asked to do, while also still saving money. And so that was just a recommendation out there for you to consider moving forward, because I won't be here. I'm hopeful that the projections you gave are correct and that we will be able to staff you up to full strength, hopefully in the next 3 to 4 years. But if it continues to go that downturn that we saw, and we just can't get there, and you start losing people, I'm just saying, just my thought is just trying to share with you, and I know you're working on just that part of that strategic planning that you're having for the future, the attrition that you're going to have. I'm just saying, don't rule out that option as well. That's all. But you all do a good job, and you all, I just can't say enough. And everybody I talk to in the community, they have nothing but good things to say about you. I do agree with you. Community policing, and Deputy Chief Anderson was in community policing for years. That has been a phenomenal unit within this police department. When you talk about the direct connection and cooperation, working with our neighborhoods, they were integral to really helping this community to reduce crime at some point. And I just, that's another component. If we can get more folks back into community policing, I think that's a valued asset for our neighborhoods. So these individuals don't have to answer calls. They can work directly in our neighborhoods. And you talk about blight and graffiti and neighborhood problems and traffic issues and all those things that neighbors complain about. Community policing was that unit that you could turn to that could dedicate time and have the directed enforcement in those areas as you dictate. So I support community policing as well. So thank you, Chief.
Commissioner Townsend has her hand raised.
Commissioner Townsend?
Thank you, Mayor and Madam Clerk. Again, I just wanted to go back to some numbers that I'd heard earlier. Yes, Chief needs some more people. How we're going to pay for it, that's the focus of what I'm about to say now. Again, going back to these numbers, the 369 that was mentioned earlier, from what I just understood, only 316 of them are sworn. And he's been asked to work with 309 in 2026. So, it seemed like it would be more reasonable to try to at least give him, if we were going to do anything like that. And I'm not saying, again, we have to look at the numbers, at least give him what he had this year. And I appreciate his optimum sworn number for a municipality of our size was 355. So if all the desired economic development comes, that will be for future commissions to evaluate if you're going to increase the numbers in the department based on what we're taking in. Again, we're going through all of this to try to find money to reduce costs if possible, to meet the cries of the populace with higher taxes and trying to reduce that. So one last thing I'd like more clarity on, just briefly, Chief, the drop program. I don't understand what that is. What is that?
Yeah. And one quick thing, when you asked about 2025, we had 337 sworn budgeted for this year, 2025.
300 and what?
37 was
37.
budgeted for 2025.
Okay. And so in
And
2026, it's 309. That's the proposed
yeah, yes.
difference. Okay. I want to make sure I'm comparing the right numbers. Okay. Thank you.
So the drop program, if you're eligible to retire, you can defer either 3 years or 5 years. So basically, you no longer, your pension no longer goes to it goes to a drop program. So whatever you would be taking out of your paycheck for your pension would go into a separate account, and you will continue to work, but your pension will stop at the date you signed up for the drop. So you can do the 3-year drop or the 5-year drop. And for that 3 years, instead of your pension going, your pension, what you would take out as a pension goes into a account. You get about on the up to 7% is what you can get on a return on your money. So after those 3 years, you then retire and your pension goes back to what it would have been 3 years prior, but then you get that money with the interest in a check. So you can do that for 3 years or 5 years. So if you were ready to retire, you can continue to stay for 3 or 5 years and continue to make that money in that separate account, if that makes sense. That's a quick version of it.
I appreciate the quick version, and you and a lot of people there have been there a long time. So I'll get in the follow-up beginner's flunk course offline with you. Thank you. That's more than I knew. I'm still not sure I understand it all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. And to follow up on your question, Commissioner, your comment, I'm not advocating that we increase it to 400 FTEs today, but I think as our community grows, that is something the future mayor and the future commissioner is going to have to look at, because you can't expect this police department to continue to churn out historic lows in violent crime and to be able to responsibly, and if you look at officer safety, safely respond to the types of calls for services moving forward with the projected growth of our community. So that's something this commission is going to have to look at and hopefully budget for moving forward. So thank you, Commissioner. Chief.
Yeah, and then I'll do this is real quick. These are just pictures. So we heard a lot about fire, and we have one station that is in deplorable condition. Now one of the really issues with West Patrol that some of you may not be aware That particular station, the public cannot go into that station. And your police station should be community friendly. If I need to go make a report, I need to go report something, I need to talk to a supervisor, you cannot go into West Patrol. West Patrol is built for about, I would say, 12 officers. I believe we have 50 something officers assigned at West Patrol. And so we'll show you some photos when you talk about even with other police departments and trying to compete. This station is an issue, and it covers all of West and the western portion of the Midtown area. So as you can see, there's a sign says 1972. That's when the police department moved into that station. We believe it was built. There's 1967. We also have 1956, and we have no idea what it was originally built as. There is some information that it was a highway patrol outpost station in the late 50s. And as you can see, no one can come inside of the station. Most of the stuff doesn't work. The concrete is falling down in most locations. And if you look at even the other side, fire, that was also identified as one of their deplorable stations. And as you look, you can see the concrete, the structure is just, and so I wanted to point this out. So that's our patio. That's where officers go if they want to sit and relax, or that's it right there. On the side of a building, a little concrete pad that's about to fall in. And there's always, whenever it rains, there's standing water all over the station. Parking, there's really nowhere to park. We park most of our police cars up in the strip mall lot because there's no room. Up there at that strip mall is where we kind of park. So this is some of the inside of the station. Constant water problems, constant plumbing issues, sewer constantly backs up. We put a little money in it to try to fix the sewer system and clean it up and paint it. As you can see, rust that's over the light, and a lot of that rust is because of the moisture that's in the station. It's rusting most things. Here's the locker room. And believe it or not, the bathroom right there is probably one of the decent things in the station. That part of the restroom. Showers, they don't work. Water problems, plumbing problems. So we use them as closets. So as you can see, we use the showers as closets. So this is one of those situations. Oftentimes we'll have calls where officers that keep extra uniforms, like even the deal we just had with the issue with fire. Well, they can't come back to the station. They have to go home and take a shower and change and come back. Instead of most police departments, they just go back to the station, shower, change, and get back out there. And as you can see, this is our copier room, equipment room, wires just hanging. And we've tried to fix a lot of the stuff. This is the room where the officers work on reports. Two chairs, and the captain's office is actually, those were cells that now are the little offices for the captain. And this is the roof. Vegetation's growing on the roof. Water stays on the roof. You can see the air system, the ducting system. There again, just the rust from all the moisture and humidity. Just shows you where the station is and just some information on the station. Yeah, so, and one thing before we done that I forgot to mention, when you talk about cost savings, we are looking at, so our traffic unit is, we're leasing a building for our traffic unit off of Leavenworth Road. It's about $30,000 a year. And you're familiar with the FBI room in the, well, they've moved out. So that's a nice space. So we're looking at moving traffic into that space because they'll have underground garage for the motorcycles, and that can save us starting in 2026. That'll save us utilities as well as $30,000. So we're looking at making that move in 2026, and we've checked. Think we can get out of the contract. It expires in January, so that'll be another cost savings. And when you add utilities and other things, it'll be a little more than 30,000.
Thank you, Chief. Just quickly, and I forgot about it. The drone is a first responder program? Is that what that drone was for?
Yes, we're actually, we got it about 3 weeks ago. And we paid for it out of the Law Enforcement Trust Fund. They're getting ready to wire the roof at headquarters. So we'll have one, it'll have a 2 to 3 mile radius once it's up and running, and it will pump the information into the real-time crime center. And like I said, we're looking at some private foundations to fund the rest of the program. So keep our fingers crossed. We've done some things, and I think there's a good chance we may get funded for the rest of it.
We got a good crew, and Miss Cromwell, I know she manages to always find money. I don't know where she finds it, but a lot of.
Oh yeah, we've been fighting so many UG departments from trying to steal her.
Yeah. So she's.
But I got a good team, and my deputy chiefs, I mean, they worked their tail off. We couldn't have do most of anything. And, I really want to thank them because I stay on them, and they deliver. We all have the same vision, and I think that's why we're having so much success. Everybody wants to make this a better place and improve the quality of life for our citizens.
Chief, I've worked with most of the people on your team at the upper levels, including Ms. Cromwell a little bit. And I can say you've got good leadership around you, and just anybody that's listening, the Kansas Police Department is a police department that I'm going to say is absolutely second to none in the metro. That's how good they are. Thank you, Chief, and thank you to your team.
Yeah, we thank you for your continual support of the commission. I know sometimes it's tough and difficult, but you guys have been there with us along this journey. So we thank you and we appreciate it. And thank you, Reggie, and your staff, and County Administrator Bridget. Thank you for all the support that you give us, because we need it. We need it. And not just when you talk about budget, it's just doing this job. So our men and women really need that support, and we thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
If I can add, Deputy Chief Kenny Anderson, one thing, I know we've talked a lot about the FTEs. I just want to point out that we do have 4 SROs that are subsidized by the schools. And then next year, we're adding the Minnesota Avenue Schmid position that will be paid for by that taxing district. So, I mean, we try to save money as where we can, so.
So we'll move on into buildings and logistics. So West Patrol is a good segue into our facilities department. So total certified budget was $11.9 million in 2026. So that is across both the city and the county funds. The largest category for facilities is personnel at 52%, followed by contractual at 28, commodities at 7, capital at 11. Of the UG tax levy budgets, which is all the property taxes levied on both city and county funds, they make up less than 3%. And of the city and the county general fund, they make up roughly 3.75%. So buildings and logistics includes taking care of our facilities as well as parking control enforcement and property maintenance. That's where the abatement team currently sits. The largest portion is personnel again. Contractual services includes insurance, repair and maintenance of buildings, temporary employment services, and then just we also have natural gas supplies and construction materials and fuel. So 2026 budget, we did add funding for annual testing of and maintenance for life, health, and safety equipment of 150,000, custodial supplies, temporary employment increases, and property maintenance supplies. Those are just kind of inflationary budget increases. At the same time, there's a $50,000 reduction that the department took to help us balance the funds. And then for CIP, we're anticipating doing parking meter upgrades, annual hardscaping and landscaping, building security upgrades, county and city facility improvements, annual ADA improvements, capital projects reserves, and then there's a significant improvement being done to Memorial Hall in anticipation of the World Cup. So I'll turn it over to the facilities team for any questions or comments.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners, Reggie, Budget, Administrative Staff. I'm Greg Wooten with the Buildings and Logistics Department. Unfortunately, John Kelly was unable to be here tonight. He had prior commitments with his family. Having said that, in order to maintain his high level of standards of accountability, credibility, and decorum, he picked the best-looking part of the staff to represent him tonight. Having said that, of the 200-plus structures in the Unified Government Inventory, the principal number of facilities this Department of Buildings and Logistics is responsible for is roughly 60 buildings. This count would include large, medium, and small facilities such as City Hall, the County Courthouse, Memorial Hall, as well as police, fire, and fleet locations. And we intermittently lend support to the Parks and Recs Department as well as the Environmental Services locations upon request. Recent influx of capital investment dollars sourced from the CARES Act and ARPA has helped this department to address and somewhat stabilize an otherwise degrading facility infrastructure problem. As you might imagine, our department lives in an environment where one feels that a variety of infrastructure storm clouds are always looming on the horizon. However, the Unified Government's recent efforts to afford us the opportunities brought about by the use of these funds has been instrumental in our ability to address tremendously large inventory of deteriorating infrastructure. Not to paint too rosy of a picture, but it has always been the intention of Buildings and Logistics to strategically allocate these limited resources in a way that brings about the largest impact to our facility condition index, and thereby assisting this budget process in equitably addressing structural needs in an organized manner here at the Unified Government. Buildings and Logistics will always have a need to request dollars for capital improvements, but again, this body's efforts to address these seemingly endless items of need has been very appreciated and not gone without notice. So I will tell you that the overall strategy of the Buildings and Logistics Department has been to strategically allocate these funds in a way that we can prognosticate a lowering of our overall request for capital debt dollars to address these needs. And without your support with these CARES Act and ARPA dollar, support, we would not have been able to do so. In addition to that, since I know efficiencies of operations is important to this body, we wanted to let the body know that inherently built in our department is a seeking of efficiencies of operation. And we achieve this because of the hybrid approach we use with our technical staff for maintenance, operations, and repair, along with the contracted services that we need to employ. What I mean by that is, a couple of years ago, as you remember, we employed or sought the priority-based budgeting. And in that process, we consulted with other communities that had been down that road, and they were quite surprised to find out that we had a shop. And we couldn't understand why you wouldn't want to shop. So this community, which I won't name at this time, if they had a wall outlet or a door hinge, they had to call out to a contractor to fix that. We do this in-house. In addition to that, even when we call contractors, we take a hybrid approach by assisting the contractor in deploying measures that will reduce the overall cost of repair in any way that we can help to support that effort. And so inherently with our processes, we seek efficiencies. Now, the environment is constantly changing, so you're constantly trying to sharpen the stick, as it were. But I could tell you, as a matter of survival, if nothing else, because there's always a limited resource of funds available. There's always more need than there is funds available. We have to become very efficient in what we do. And we like to boast quite a good effort to that. Even in the back of the room, we got Frank Lopez sitting on the sound table. He fixed a security camera today that otherwise would have been called out by a contractor, and that becomes quite expensive. So these internal training approaches that we employ, along with this collaborative effort with contractors, brings incalculable savings to the unified government. We've tried to quantify this in the past, but again, the need exceeds our budget. So we're never able to fully quantify what those savings are. But I can tell you, we estimate up to $200,000 a year in equitable savings just off the operations ceiling itself. So having said that, we'll do our best to answer any questions. Oh, I am flanked to my right by Caleb Lindsay and our newly baptized manager, Melissa Need. And Caleb is also a manager in our department.
Thank you, Commissioner Byrne.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Can any one of your staff members tell me when the outside of the courthouse is going to be cleaned?
Yes, that process, we just did a walkthrough with contractors the other day, and part of that analysis was the masonry restoration project that is about to begin. We are sitting on a phase one mobilization proposal now that is going through the procurement process, and we'll start the restoration process with the mobility and testing of the masonry items itself and the colors, so we know exactly what techniques we're going to employ when we do that restoration process. So the full rehabilitation for the masonry will begin later this summer, early fall, ramp up in its approach throughout the course of the fall into the winter months, and then pick back up again as we're able in the spring. And that will be followed by the roof.
You know, for years I sat up on the third floor at the courthouse, and I watched the project over here of how the building got redone and how all new windows went in and everything. And we couldn't even get air conditioning on until later. But the air conditioning was always on in the jail, but not in the courthouse.
Well, I could tell you
Now
that
that system, I think, is getting corrected.
it is. Matter of fact, Don Jones really started this years ago, our predecessor, and John Kelly has picked up that mantle. Those items have not escaped our attention. Through the process of the rehabilitation of the city hall, it was proposed to do some improvements at the courthouse, and we really didn't know where that proposal would lead. Well, it stuck. And as I believe, everybody was kind of surprised, the magnitude of support that we started to get, one subject matter led into another. So over the years, we developed budgets to address the roof, the masonry, the HVAC, electrical, and the fire alarm system. So in order to coordinate all these intricacies that have to be well coordinated to seam together, as a lot of the functionality, these installments will occur at the same time. There's quite a bit of coordination and oversight that needs to occur. Those things are happening now. So as this fall leading into the winter, you're going to see this masonry approach, the HVAC restoration, and then the roof to follow along with that, along with other electrical needs and fire detection apparatuses that we'll install.
You think that will all be done by 2030?
Absolutely. I think actually we're estimating, well, that's a lot. It's a good question. I would say that right now we're prognosticating probably summer of 2027 at the latest. I believe that'd be pretty accurate.
And consolidation started in 1977?
Yes, sir. Well,
You know, the neglect of the courthouse during that period of time. It was just whatever was over here, it was okay. When we needed something, I mean, we had water coming down in jury boxes, you know, pipes breaking and, you know, going all, the DA's office was getting rained on daily on purpose. You know, I'm glad it's finally getting done and recognized, you know. After all, you know, that's the county courthouse, this is city hall. So take it down, state, county, city. Even though we're all one happy family, I know that.
well, we're kind of, I don't want to speak to how approaches might have been in the past. I can tell you now that there's no discernment between city and county to us. It's equal for all. I mean, we have to attend to any need, you know, wherever that location is. And that's why in my opening statement, I made reference that as asked, you know, we assist Parks and Rec and environmental services and anybody that has need. So, you know, I would just say that as one that's lived in this community and grown up in that structure myself, my dad, as you know, is an attorney. We love this community and we love every aspect of it, and we take great pride in servicing this community to the best of our ability.
And you talk as eloquently as your dad did in the courtroom.
Now, I don't know about that, but
yeah.
you know, he was a good teacher for sure.
Anyway, I know you, all of you do a good job for what you have, and I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
But, you know, things need to get done. You know, that's the only thing, when a person comes into the city hall or courthouse, that's all they see, you know, and when they see things are broken or whatever, and or not painted and the walls crumbling, I mean, it makes an impression, because they used to come to my office and tell me,
Yeah.
you know.
Well, you know, I don't want to underscore the fact that that facility is approaching 100 years. And we want to get another 100 years out of it. And I will tell you, the talks that we've had with the contractors that are overseeing the work on that facility are as every bit excited as we are for the work and the restoration. I mean, everybody's putting their name on this skateboard, this flag that we're about to plant in the ground, you know, or a feather in the cap, however you want to reference it. And there's a certain amount of historical tie that we all have in the community to that building. Just like Memorial Hall, we're doing the same thing there, and that approach is the same. And Memorial Hall has reached every level of the community as the courthouse is. It serves our community. It's a staple of recognition with the Historical Society, and it's brought national attention. Certainly Memorial Hall has. So, you know, we take no less pride in that than anything else, maybe a little bit more.
There's no doubt that building is a lot better built than this one, without question.
Oh, well, yes, you know.
All right, I'm through.
Very good. No, the craftsmanship there is extraordinary.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Bino.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to say to you and the buildings and logistics team, just thank you. Thank you to everybody. It's been a long night. Everybody that's been here and waited for the opportunity to share their budget items, but I feel like we have a lot of unsung heroes within the ranks of unified government employees, but everything we do, it strikes me, that's public facing, if you will, the commissioners, the events, the things that happen, you all are the backbone of that. You're the ones making sure that all of this is operating properly, even tonight and every night that we have these long commission meetings. You are the ones making sure we have what we need so that things are operating properly. And I just can't say thank you enough. And I am excited about the items that are happening for both Memorial Hall and the courthouse. Those are treasures in the community and they are definitely worth saving. I just wanted to take the opportunity to just say thank you to you and your staff because I think that you all are just spectacular.
Well, thank you very much for those accolades. I will tell you, that phrase, what's in a name? You know, years ago, I believe we were facilities or facilities management, which is quite a common term among government agencies. But our name was changed to buildings and logistics. And that was what you just referenced was part of the reason why. And I could tell you along with that came a tremendous amount of pride in the way that we approach this department and the way we facilitate our efforts, you know, in serving the community, the commissioners, the event, the mayor, and other staff. And so we're very proud of everybody that we have. The work just is excellent throughout the community. And that's why I wanted to reference this, or John wanted me to make sure that I referenced the level of service that we're able to bring with the square footage that we have. I think we did a GSA research study several years ago and probably need to double our staff for the, you know, 2-some million square foot of floor space out there to be attended to. But we do with what we have and, you know, we can always use more and we'll continue to ask if Boyan's in a good mood. Sometimes he says yes. If not, we do with what we have. But anyway, we're very happy to, you know, accommodate you in any way that you ask.
Commissioner Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you all again for waiting so long and all of our meetings and all of the details that it takes just for us to kind of get up and going. Really appreciate you all and your staff. I do want to ask some questions because you see here on the request, City Hall renovation for $50,000. Are we done with the City Hall renovation project? Like what is left to do?
So, you're never done with the building. Now, City
Wrong
Hall-
answer.
Yes, yes, we need more money. You're never done with the building. However, saying that, City Hall has received quite an enormous amount of high capital investment. We've put on a roof. The windows, as somebody mentioned here earlier, were installed. We've done boiler upgrades, HVAC upgrades, but the HVAC upgrades continue. And this $50,000 is going to help facilitate a $4.7 million ARPA project of air conditioning improvements for atmospheric control, command and control, offsite command and control capabilities that will be installed here at this building. And so when we do that, we're going to have to get above grid, and that means we're going to intrude on people's working areas, and they're going to have to be moved from one area to another so that they can, you know, continue services and operations, hopefully without much interruption at all, while we do these improvements above grid. So that's going to help facilitate that among other requests by departments for improvements to their work areas.
Great. And I see the Memorial Hall. I'm glad that we're using TGT dollars, which is not property tax or general sales tax dollars. For the $450,000, what particular upgrades are we talking about?
Those are kitchen and audio and visual improvements.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Okay.
So, you know, Commissioner Burrows has been on us for quite a while, and we're finally able to accommodate his request. And so we're going to throw a great big party when we do that and cater a large event. I'm sure, I don't know who's paying, but I've often have supported a buildings and logistics baking fund, and which I would probably be the largest contributor to help raise money for such events as that. Having said that, we're actually remodeling that area with structural improvements. You know, we're cutting the concrete, laying drain work. It'll be a full comprehensive catering style kitchen that can accommodate a certain level of services for that area. We have the ballroom upstairs with the capacity of about 300, so we'll be able to accommodate that. And we're also renovating a room off the ballroom as a prep room. So it'll be supplied with the 3-bay sink, a freezer, refrigerator, food warmer, things of this nature, along with being able to store the furniture that we hold for, events that support that area.
Perfect, perfect. Last question. The abatement team was moved under buildings and logistics, which is fine. I would prefer we just have a abatement department division, whatever we could, because there are kind of scattered approaches of who's handling what, and it depends on where the violation is and if it's UG on property and all that stuff. So it's a team of 4. Right now, the budget's for 805,000. How many abatements did you all do this year?
I don't know the answer to that, but we are serving, we could get that number for you and we will.
Okay.
I'll approach John for that, but we're still servicing Greg Talking in the NRC as we did before with the work order process. As complaints come in from the community, we service certain areas. In addition to that, John's employed a attention to districts and areas of need for cleanup, and which has included staff of all levels throughout the unified government along with the abatement team. And, I don't know if that's going to lower the demand of need anytime soon, but it certainly brings attention to detail to the attention of the things that we need in this community. It might spur community investment in various ways. We need community cooperation and support, as well as, the attention of all involved in the budgeting process to, bring about the needs that we have to address the ever continuing need.
Yes, yes. I would love to see that data and just where it's occurring. Again, the maintenance of our community is one of the highest areas of need and was listed on the community survey of dissatisfaction. So I'm excited that we're doing something different and you all are getting an additional $50,000, if I'm not mistaken, to help make that happen.
Yes.
So,
And in addition to that, I will say that we have addressed certain needs when people have asked about certain, projects that they would like to see. So we've accommodated in every way possible. It's kind of probably stretched that definition, but, again, we're trying to push the boundaries into some sort of new territory of recognition and treatment of these needs.
thank you.
Commissioner Townsend has her hand raised.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mayor and Madam Clerk. Good evening to the #1 buildings and logistics team in the nation. You've earned that title. There has never been a time in my tenure when I've called and asked for help with some kind of overgrown weed situation, dumping, that you all have said no. So I'm particularly interested, and I didn't used to have to call you before. This was a change with this 2025 budget where abatement used to be handled, I think, out of Parks and Rec. So I will wait till I get the numbers. I think Commissioner Davis, if I got this right, you're budgeted for, what is that? 804,000? No, 80,000?
I believe that's correct.
Which one?
Michael?
What's the amount budgeted for your abatement portion in 2026?
Boyan Lugonia, budget analyst, budget department, $105,033.
$105,000. Okay. I know you're sitting in, Mr. Wooten, tonight for Mr. Kelly's absence. What's been your experience with whether or not that's sufficient, that met all the requests? Do we need more? Because I know in the 2025 budget, we actually got rid of an abatement team before it was under the jurisdiction of buildings and logistics. So I still have concerns about that and going into the 2026 budget. What have you all seen, or I can follow up with him later, but just from what you've seen.
What I would say to that with the prompting of the mayor and County Administrator Johnston is that this is a type of a pilot program as we move into a new era of treatment for these matters. So I would say that currently that work is consistent with what has been done in the past. However, we are trying, as I say, expand that envelope of service with the treatments that we've had. And I think you're aware of some of those personally as we reach out to the community and by example, show what is possible. And, and then there's going to be logistical infrastructure support that's going to be needed to, expand these services into a new way of thinking. And I think we referenced some of the old ways that we had done it when Greg Talkin was up here approaching or giving his testimony. So, I think it's going to be an accumulation of all these things that we've tried in the past. And where are we with an assessment of where we are right now and how do we approach future endeavors? So that's probably the best I could say to that with the absence of John. John is kind of the visionary in that regard and is bringing a new way of thinking in this regard. So, we'll get back with you on that, but I would say that that's a fairly good assessment of that.
Okay, and I appreciate that you're sitting in tonight. I hope for next year it is uh, a cleaner process in terms of who to call for what. I know Parks and Recs have been doing some things, and they had the abatement teams. One abatement team was eliminated, but again, I have to say that anytime I've called buildings and logistics, they've never said no, and they've made it happen. So I'm particularly keen on making sure that you all have the funding needed to go forward with that. It impacts the Northeast area greatly because we have either people who don't take care of their own property, or we have a large number of land bank um, uh, properties that still need attention that are not spoken for yet. So I have to call out the fact that preceding the Juneteenth celebration, buildings and logistics did cut a large swath of land there on Fifth Street that was across from a business that I knew people would be gathering. So I appreciate that they did a clean cut. It hadn't been cut at all for the season. They've conducted specific cleanup projects in District 1 down near heading toward Fairfax and in other areas as well, but I appreciated that. And again, as Commissioner Bynum says, there is very little, I can't really think of anything that is not touched by building and logistics from a groundskeeping or organization side when it comes to dealing with the public. As we conducted the candlelight visual for Officer Ming, I looked around at the canopies and the this thing and the that thing, and I know that had to be building and logistics. Also, the work that's been done on City Hall's plaza was commendable. And I know Don Jones was smiling from heaven on that one. So
Yeah,
I so appreciate you. And the last thing you all have done most recently on a call, I was told by constituents that the road leading up to the Old Quindaro Cemetery and Brewery had been pretty much just washed out. And there was going to be a funeral. In fact, it took place this past Saturday. But 2 weeks before that, I was contacted, and the people in the Quindaro area were just distraught to think that the dearly departed could not even reach her final resting place. But with the help of buildings and logistics, I called Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly contacted Mr. Lindsay. Mr. Lindsay let me know immediately. I think he brought in Mr. Valachi, and it was taken care of within 2 days. And the people in that area were most appreciative, so I have to pass that on to you. Mr. Frank the Mike Lopez, make sure that everybody can be heard in our meetings. And there are just so many others, but you all have never said no. And I appreciate what you do with limited funds and your mindset about doing as much as possible in-house. Appreciate that. So I do want to look when I get this to make sure that you have what you need to continue with this cleanup and the abatement situation. But thank you for everything that you do.
Yes,
Thank
thank
you,
you.
Mayor.
You did bring up something. I don't want to draw this out. Everybody's been here a long time tonight, but you know, I am of the mind that the movement of the abatement team was in no way a reflection of the Parks and Recs. I mean, we're not doing anything better than they did. They're wonderful at everything that they do. I just think that if I'm capturing the spirit of that intent, it's to draw attention to the enormity of the problem that we as a community would like to address. And so do we have the answers? No, I think not at this time. We have some thoughts. I know John's got some ideas, but it's going to take a collaborative effort with us as well as everybody, including parks, streets, environmental services, administration, and this elected body to, address the issues that stand before us. And we're happy to pick up that mantle and run with it.
Right. And no, this is not to disparage Parks and Rec at all. Love Parks and Rec, but it just underscores that with the demise of one of the other debate teams and you all taking this on as new, you just went forward and whatever was requested was done. That was not the case with some of the other calls that I made. And I think people were just scattered as to what they were supposed to be doing, but that was not you all, it was not Parks and Rec, but there is uh, a chasm somewhere. I don't know, maybe the confusion is we don't have all of that done under one umbrella anymore. But no, love Parks and Recs and love what you all have done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner, I think I spoke to you before and everybody else. The administrator is still working on reorganizing abatement and looking at building and logistics. That's just one piece. Truly, it's an all hands on deck where everybody's going to be involved. But having that centralized caveat to go to be able to address these issues, be it buildings or be it concerns out in the community. The building and logistics team has a lot more technical skills to be able to handle this. Nothing against Parks and Rec, but the administrator is looking at growing and putting, I call it blight and beautification under one roof. So everybody knows exactly who to go to get these issues addressed. And this kind of reinvigorates what I talked about earlier with SOAR and Operation Brightside. I mean, I don't know what you're going to call it, what John's going to call it now. I call it blight and beautification, but that team is a work in progress, and I have to just follow the remarks of several of our commissioners. You all do an awesome job, and you do it with a smile. You ask any of your staff for help. There's never any type of attitude or we can't do this or let me get back with you. It's always we're going to get on top of it and we're going to make this happen for you. Or we're going to find a way to make this happen for you. I've watched them do production level buildups and takedowns at Memorial Hall that, people would charge thousands and thousands of dollars to do, and our team does it flawlessly. Everything from Frank setting up the mics in here and staying here till 12 o'clock at midnight with us to setting up mics for dignitaries or shoveling the snow. I mean, you name it. The building logistics team does an outstanding job, and you all really need to be commended for your level of customer service, not just the staff and the commission, but I've seen how you interact with the public. And it really says a lot about who you are, the character of what you represent. You all are awesome ambassadors for this unified government. So I just want to say thank you for your work.
Thank you. You're very kind with your words. We do have a saying, if they ask for 4, we give them 5. If they ask for 3, we give them 4. And, I think if you take that sort of mental approach, you more than not get close to the bullseye anyway.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, Commissioner, I'm sorry, Administrator.
I just want to add, they're doing so much good work about that gem of a building we have at Memorial Hall that Rocky has been working with a committee of UG employees and to celebrate the 100th anniversary of Memorial Hall, that in the second weekend in September.
That's correct.
There's a 3-day festival. 2 days festival, sorry. I think I was pushing for a 3-day and I got outvoted. But it's going to be a spectacular celebration. They're working with the VFW, they're working with many community groups, and it's going to be one heck of a community party. So, it's being spearheaded by Crystal McFetters and Rocky out of their office. And it's going to be a spectacular event. Make sure you put it on the calendar. Make sure you attend. It's going to be a great time. And if you haven't seen it yet, the first renovation project of Memorial Hall was the floor renovation of the ballroom. It used to be a pasty yellow, ugly floor. And John was even saying, David, it's taking so much time to take the layers and layers and layers of varnish. But when they got down to the hard yellow pine, even the refinisher was like, this is gorgeous wood. This is going to be a wonderful project for us. Get up there and take a look at that beautiful floor. You just hate to walk on it.
Yeah.
It's gorgeous.
Yeah, and I might add, Rocky is taking that to another level. We'd all started, as you understand, there was always so much want and hope for that facility. But in the old days, we were dealing with a rickety air conditioning system held together with duct tape and baling wire. And it was hard to commit to something where the ambient air temperature on a hot day could have climbed near 130 degrees and that. And it was very difficult, navigating those waters. So we've renovated the air conditioning system to it. It's an on-demand redundant system that can handle load with the energy efficiency that brags probably a 40% less use of energy at that area. And the level of functionality that is coming about at that facility is really quite extraordinary. I think, Mayor, you just had an event over there and we ran a hybrid meeting such as this out of the ballroom. Well, those are extraordinary feats and, that wasn't inherently built into that, but we're heading in that direction. So, as with all of us, I think we want to leave something better than we found it. And that's what we're striving to do there as well.
And then when we see the video and telecommunication improvements in the arena, that's going to be a state-of-the-art facility. And it's just going to be an exciting finished product. So congratulations on leading that, Greg. I do want to say probably the best thing about the finished project of this building with the downstairs, the outside, is I won't have to see another change order from Wooten ever again.
Well, I don't know about that, but they built DJ Greg a stage right there in front, if you notice that. So we're ready to break that in.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Let Rocky know she's a rock star.
Yes, we will do that.
Part of what she does is manage Memorial Hall, and she's just taking that management and really keeping that facility up to the next level.
Absolutely.
So, thank you all so much. Thank you.
Mhm.
Our next department is Public Works. It is actually a super large department with 7 mini departments within it. Also, it's a department that's funded by 9 certified funds. Their total budget is $100 million. Their funded FTE is 217,000 or 217 FTEs. So of that $100 million budget, environmental services, which is our sewer system, is about 57% of that, which is $57 million. Solid waste is $12 million of that. Also, our special street and highway is 9% of that, which is about $9 million. So part of the hierarchy is we got CMIP engineering design services, environmental services, fleet services, geospatial services, public service operations, which is the administrative arm, and then solid waste management, and then street maintenance. Some key notes about Public Works is the largest portion of Public Works budget is personnel at 24%. Other financing uses is next at 21%, and this is pretty much like transfers that are done to pay for debt. And then capital outlay is 20%. Contractual services is 20%, and commodities are 7.5%, and then grants and claims are 7%. So the total UG tax levy budget, only 1.5% of it is Public Works. And then of UG general funds, only 2% of it is Public Works. So down below, certified budget funds include like the city and the county general fund, along with stormwater fund, the special street and highway fund, tourism and convention fund, our sewer fund, our solid waste fund, funding coming from dedicated sales tax, and then also our environmental trust fund. So the first division that we're going to go through up under Public Works is the public. Okay, yes.
Just want to touch on a couple things. I'm Jeff Miles. I'm the Director of Environmental Services. Troy sends his regards. He apologizes. He cannot make it tonight. He's at the National APWA Conference in Chicago, representing the unified government with another team member. But it was important that he attended that. As a lot of you guys have heard, we're going through APWA accreditation. We have been for 2 years, and it's all coming to a head. I looked up earlier, there's, according to the internet, 4,876 cities over the population of 5,000 people, and will be one of 180 accredited across the United States as well. So they come in. We hope to maybe even get them to meet you guys. They're the audit team, we call them. They're coming in about a month. That is a leadership division of APWA that is retired public works directors from across the United States. And they come in and check our SOPs and to see where we're at as far as industry standards and snow removal, pothole replacement, you name it, HR, hiring, firing, everything they're going to look through. So we're excited for that. So Troy wanted me to make sure to mention that. I'm going to go ahead and hand it off to Brandon.
Good evening, Commissioners. Brandon Grover, Road and Bridge Program Manager. To piggyback on what Jeff was talking about, the APW accreditation and the process that goes through, one of the big sections they look at is the HR section. And in part of that is our position inventory. So it is very pointed that we bring that up tonight. What you're seeing up there tonight, that 217.5 FTEs, it was already mentioned that Public Works is really 1 to 2% of the general fund, so very minimal. Of those 217.5 FTEs, 83.75% of them are not funded by the general fund, city or county. The only county general fund dollars for personnel go towards our GSS services, which is now a part of Public Works, but that is a county function. And then there's about 32 positions that are out of the 110 city general fund. So the vast majority of our personnel is budgeted through other sources, mainly through our enterprise funds, which have models that take into account capital, personnel, operations, maintenance, and all that feed into our rates and those kind of things. So it's important to keep that in mind when you're looking at our FTEs in the future, that those enterprise funds have a certain number of people budgeted for them already. So there's no reason to look at reducing those FTEs. I don't want to be all doom and gloom, so I want to touch on a couple other things that we've done here in the last couple of years. One of the things, the big ones, is we've re-updated our strategic plan. We were kind of really hard on that the first couple years that prior Public Works leadership was here. This is our third iteration of it now. We even took this a step further to where we went down into each working division to come up with actual feasible, tangible directives, tactics, and goals that each of those groups can work towards. We phrased it as we didn't want it to be just an aspirational thing like a lot of strategic plans end up being, where it's just super high, lofty goals that don't really have a lot of meat to them. We wanted it to give something where if we hire somebody new, we can hand this to them and they can say, this is what I do on a daily basis that works towards our goals and makes us better. One of the parts of that is a bigger emphasis on communication and education of what Public Works does. Because one of the big pieces that we've seen over the last several years is building trust back in with unified government and our staff. So we want to make sure that as we are doing our jobs, we are letting people know that we are doing the correct things. We're using the proper methods, we're doing the right processes, we have the right policies in place, which also tie back into the APWA accreditation. So coming up in 26, what you'll see besides all the normal capital and infrastructure work, you'll also see us recommitting to those infrastructure subcommittees that we started a couple years ago. We're going to work with the administrator's office to get those kind of kicked back off, maybe break those into some different groups now that we've got some of those hiccups settled out. But to help you guys understand more, I know a lot of you have quoted those groups and some of that plan for over and over and over based on the numbers and figures we gave you. So we want to keep you updated with the most current information. And we're also going to look at, in the vein of education and information, we're going to look at doing a series of videos about a day in the life of a public works person. One of our communications team about 6 months ago did an incredible job. They went out, they filmed one of our crews patching a pothole, explaining how it was done, why it was done, what that really does. And we want to do more of those. We want to talk about why we do pavement preservation, what treatments we use, how we clean sewer lines, those kind of things. So there'll be a lot of that coming up that we'll bring back to you whenever we get those up. As Reggie started to mention, go ahead.
So first division we're going to go through of Public Works is Public Service Operations, which again is their administrative arm. So basically here, their budget is $4.1 million. They have almost 6 FTEs. Some key notes to think about here are the largest portion of Public Services budget is other financing uses at 51%, which is to use to make stormwater fund debt payments. Personnel is next at 22%. Contractual services at 10% and is mainly used for software lease and engineering services. Grants and claims at 16% are mainly used for pilot assessments. And commodities are less than 1% of their budget. This is one of the few divisions within Public Works that doesn't have any CIP. And I'll turn it over to the Public Works team to let them discuss their administrative arm.
Brandon Grover, Public Works Engineering. Like Reggie said, this is our administrative arm. In fact, it used to be called Public Works Administration as the category. It's just changed this year in the budget because of how Workday broke things up based on fund categories and things like that. Reggie pretty much covered everything that was really important to highlight on this. We'll take any questions any of you might have regarding this section.
Mr. Lopez.
Sorry, I'll hold my question for later. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Right. Our next division we're going to talk about is CMIP Engineering. Of the total budget, or its total budget is $14.5 million. They have 17 FTEs funded here. Key things to think about here are the largest portion of engineering budget is capital with 75%. Personnel is the next largest at 17%. Contractual services at 8%. And this 8% is used to pay for professional engineering services. Also, part of the 2025, 2026 proposed budget, we have some pretty good amounts here, which I know Brandon is very excited about for street preservation. And then also in the 2026 budget, we have street preservation at 5.7 million. And again, I don't think I mentioned in 2025, we got $12 million there. And I'll let Brandon touch on that.
Braden Grover, again, this is, as Reggie mentioned, what everybody commonly refers to as the engineering division. This is our licensed professional engineers, our program managers, that take the responsibility of taking all the data, the pothole requests, the sewer line failures, the curb issues, things like that, and formulating them into programmatic options that can make the most impact to the city. Within this, this is where, like Reggie mentioned, the pavement preservation program, bridge program, stormwater, and one of the big things that we started doing a couple years ago was we dedicated a person to work with the development group for private development to review public infrastructure when they're building new sewers, new roads, things like that, that tie into our system. We have a coordinator within our office that coordinates with environmental services, with streets, with traffic and all that to make sure we are getting the best infrastructure that we can maintain in the future. Not really much else to say. And if anybody has any questions about this category.
Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you. This before the Reggie and them, the 2025 amended, I want to make sure I understand that verbiage that you have up here. $12 million in 2025 amended budget for a total of 2025 amended budget 19.3 million. So you started out at 12 million and added 5.7. What does that? I need some clarification here as to just how many millions we amended 25 and what are we putting into 26 collectively?
So, Michael Peterson, Deputy Budget Director, the text on the slide is wrapped a little interestingly. So what that's meant to portray is that CMIP Engineering and Design has a total capital budget of $19.3 million in 2025. And of that, $12 million is annual pavement preservation. So the $12 million is part of the 19.3. And then on the second one, the 5.7 of pavement preservation is part of the 10.8 total capital for 2026. So it's not like a move from one number to another. The 12 million is part of the larger number.
Okay, maybe I'm getting tired. I don't think I followed you. And I'm not going to keep the rest of the committee here. I'm just trying to decide did we put 12 million more in? Did we put 5 million more in? Did we start with 19.3? What did we start with? I'm just trying to get to the base number because when I see a budget amendment, it tells me we're putting more in for 25 than what we budgeted in initially. Then I see the same number for 26 that only says 10.8 million. So, and like I said, Michael, it could be that I'm just tired. It's been a lot of numbers tonight. I just want to make sure I understand what's going on in this particular piece of the budget.
So the total original budget that we had for CMIP Engineering and Design for 2025 looks like it was around 14 million. So 14 million is what we budgeted last year. And that includes 5.5 million for annual pavement preservation. In the amended budget, we have changed that, and that original budget is not on this slide at all. So in the amended budget, we changed the total capital budget to 19.3, and of that, 12 million is pavement preservation. So we added funding to pavement preservation of about $6.3 million in the amended budget. And that was due to the Plaza at the Speedway funding becoming available.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Davis.
Okay, I'm a little confused. So in 2025, the original budget for annual pavement preservation was what number?
The original budget for pavement preservation in 2025. So this budget is what we budgeted in the amended budget. This does not include the original budget. The original budget that is in our capital schedule in the budget document was roughly $5.5 million for pavement preservation.
Okay, so in the amended budget, you're saying
that we changed the 5.5 to 12 million.
Okay, so then I think this is kind of the crux of it. What else is included in the annual pavement preservation program that's not pavement preservation?
That's the full capital budget for the division. So that includes, there's too many items for us to have listed them all individually on this slide. But we can provide a breakdown itemized of all the different capital items that are in this division.
Okay, gotcha. I think that's kind of the confusing part here is because if it's for the annual pavement preservation program, then my thinking is everything's going to go towards that particular activity. If there are other activities, contractual costs, personnel, what have you, is there, additional information, please?
Brandon Grover, Road and Bridge and Public Works Engineering. The way to look at something like this, we didn't put together this slide, but the way that it makes sense is to take that bottom line that says 2025 amended budget 19.3 million.
Mhm.
That is the capital budget for this entire program. If you look, not the pavement preservation program, but the engineering program.
And then
Of that, $12 million is the pavement preservation program. The rest of that 7.3 million is other things that are within the capital budget that are not in the pavement program. Several of those things would be repairs to bridges or box culverts or roads that washed out during the storm. And we've got a couple other line items in the actual CIP budget pages as well.
I still am a little lost. I think the administrator might want to add something, but if you all can send us more detailed line item, just of this, that'd be great.
Yeah, but that's not what Michael said. Michael said you started 2025 with $5.5 million and it grew to 12 million.
Right.
That's the number. We want to know how it grew to $12 million. So that's, we need the itemization for how pavement preservation grew from 5.5 to $12 million, of which you said is part of the 19.3 million. So that's what we need to see how it grew. The $5.7 million of the 26 is the added plaza of the Speedway money from our previous discussion.
Not according to the CIP pages.
Yes.
7.5 million for the plaza at the TIF is in 25 amended, not in 26.
And that is the growth in 2025 from the, it's like $6 million that was added in 2025 from the plaza at the Speedway to pavement preservation.
It was 5.7 of the plaza at the Speedway, which we're going to apply toward parallel.
Yes.
Yes, that's the 5.7.
So
You
there's
took
5.
1.7 million of the, or 1.9 million of that to pay for the washed out roads.
So
On top of that,
we can talk details if we want.
oh, we'll just deal with that. But how Michael talked about the 25 number is that you started with $5.5 million in pavement preservation. And you said it grew to $12 million. If that's pavement preservation, we want to know how it grew to $12 million.
6.285 of it is in the pavement preservation program.
Well, then, okay, then give us the itemization of the original number of 25 and then how it grew. That's the mystery we need to get solved.
Sure.
And then the same thing for 26.
Yeah, we'll provide the schedule.
Provide it.
With everything that's
And make sure that
this division.
what we discussed in our budget meetings says the same thing
Mhm.
that I walked away with.
And actually, my computer has died, but there's a budget page in the budget document that does break it down. It's the detail page. It would.
All right, so let's keep, it's a late night.
So the next division is street maintenance, has a total budget of $9.3 million. funded FTE here is almost 54 FTEs. We have CIP of $475,000 for old lease finance program. And then key notes here are a large portion of street division budget is personnel at 56%. Commodities are next at 16%. And contractual services are 15%. Other financing uses are 7% and is used for our VERP, which is our Vehicle and Equipment Replacement Program, a transfer to that internal service fund. And capital outlay is 5%. And I'll hand it over to Mr. Dwayne and let him cover it from here.
Thank you, Reggie. Dwayne Smith, the Street Department Manager for the Unified Government Street Department. First off, Mayor, Commissioners, thank you for your time this evening. I know everybody's a little tired, but we appreciate the time to be able to speak on behalf of the Street Department. For those who may or may not know, street maintenance in our team, we're focused heavily on curb-to-curb maintenance. However, we are tasked with other tasks as well. And I'll list a few of them as follows. Asphalt repair and small tear out and replace, guardrail repair and replace. We're tasked with right-of-way mowing, storm debris from the right-of-way clearing, illegal dumping, alley maintenance, traffic signage and repair, replace, pavement marking, including crosswalks, which we paint the crosswalks for over 22 schools in the area, along with other pedestrian crosswalks around the city. Temporary emergency road closures. We have a concrete tear out and replace of curbs, street sweepings. Historically, we've been tasked with providing barricades and temporary road closures for block parties, occasional parades in recent years. In the most recent years, we've been tasked, we've taken a hard look at that to kind of look at it from a perspective of the liability, staffing, and the safety of our community. We also have 3 flare techs that work around the clock, 24 hours to cover after-hour responses of emergency responses. And then, of course, our big one is winter operations. All of these functions doesn't include staff members that may be on vacation, off sick, or out on FMLA leave. One of my biggest concerns, I will say, is our staffing levels, especially as everybody knows, we're going into that winter operational season. And I'll give you a kind of some perspective, a breakdown of the things that we're dealing with. 6 years ago, 2019, the street department capped and we peaked at 80 FTE positions with 1 part-time custodial position. This was all pre-COVID. To currently now, we're budgeted in 2025 with 66 full FTE positions. At the beginning of the year, we had about 51 positions of those full filled. And then we had ongoing loss throughout the year leading up to the hiring freeze, which we're experiencing now. We've had 8 employees leave us. So we're down to a total of 42 current field positions currently right now. With the working staff of 31 positions, 31 employees, our leadership supervisor staff, 8 employees, and we have 23 vacancies currently. It's also important to mention that some of our valued senior employees, we have 7 employees who are eligible to retire now or early next year or sometime next year. With the proposed budget in 2026, my concerns are the fact that we are severely understaffed. And then it's projected and forecasted that we will lose another 14 positions, which will leave us at a total of 52 positions for 2026 if this budget passes. So kind of give a just an overview going from peaking at 80 positions to projected 52 positions. That's a 35% decrease in our staffing. Give me just a second. Just to kind of give you a few examples. our neighbors across the water, or not across the water, but across the way, Overland, Olathe. They maintain 1,400 lane miles of roadway, and they're staffed with over 50 employees. To us, we're tasked with maintaining over 2,400 lane miles. That's 1,000 lane miles more than Olathe, and we're staffed at 43 employees. As everybody knows, and we mentioned before, last year in 2024, we were staffed with 44 employees, and these guys worked their tails off, patching over 40,000 potholes last year. Compared to our neighbors in Olathe, staffed with over 50 employees, and they patched a whopping 1,000 potholes. And currently, as we look at our numbers and our data, we are currently at right now pothole patching. We're on the cusp of meeting that 40,000. We're at 33,000 potholes year to date, and we anticipate 7,000 more potholes before the year is ending.
Brandon Grover, Road and Bridge. To Dwayne's point, you've heard us say this before. The PCI score, our pavement condition index, directly ties to how many potholes we have to patch. And it is shown in great comparison when you look at cities like Overland Park, Olathe, that are maintaining their roads and their PCIs between a 78 and an 82. They're spending similar amounts of money, but they're keeping their roads better longer. We're in a position where we have to rebuild our roads or rehabilitate our roads, which costs 6 to 8 times more what maintaining them do. So if we were funding our roads properly, if we're maintaining our roads at an appropriate level, we would not be having to spend time to patch 40,000 potholes. Currently, as we talked about, their PCIs are from a 78 to an 82. Ours is at a 48. We're doing another round of data collection starting in the spring of 26. We currently anticipate it to drop to somewhere around a 44 to a 42.
To add to that, give me just 1 second. To add to that, I mean, our men and women in the street department, I mean, they work their tails off. Like I said before, if I had to put a name to the character of our staff, is resilient. These guys, we've always done more with less. As you can see from the numbers and the drop of FTE positions, we've always taken a cut every year. And, you know, right now you're asking us to maintain over 2,400 lane miles with 31 employees. I'm gonna break that down for you in lane miles. You're asking them to cover 51 lane miles per person. That is simply not feasible, and it's impossible. We need staffing, we need personnel. We're not asking for a lot. We're just asking to be able to have the personnel to provide this level of service that this community deserves. We work our tails off day in and day out. The expectation is set really, really high, but I think we need to take a hard look at reality and kind of see where we are. As I mentioned before, I mentioned 14 different tasks and function of a street department where we're historically been faced with. Me personally, I bring up Olathe because Olathe is really heavily focused on functions of a true street department maintenance program. The way they operate is curb to curb. We take care of a lot of other tasks, such as right-of-way mowing, such as illegal dumping, traffic, street sweeping. These are a lot of functions that other municipalities that they're not tasked with, and we're tasked with that along with our growing community, and then the staffing levels that are at an alarming rate right now. So I just ask you, commissioners, please, please, please think about us. We're struggling. These guys are burned out. We got 7 guys that are, set to leave us at any given time. That's going to really, put us in even more of a deficit. Like I said, our guys are resilient. They deserve to have the staffing. Burnout is a real thing. And I just wanted to say that I think of a quote that I often tell my guys and I tell my family. We talk about being from a community, working together, everybody pitching in, right? And if we think about it from a perspective of, we want to always make sure that the saying is, if everybody does a little bit, nobody has to do a lot, right? How about we just switch it and say, if everybody sacrifices a little bit, nobody has to sacrifice a lot. We've always sacrificed. And I'm just asking you to please just think about us as we work our way into this new budget. We need people. And I'm open for questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Kane.
I agree with you 100%. If you were not in a municipality, you could go on strike. This is exactly what happens when I was at General Motors, it happened 3 times while I was there. They shorted us so much, we had to go on strike. And I don't think it's fair to put all the pressure on these folks. And everybody's, well, you know, they're only doing this, they're only doing that. You're out there in the hot sun or the cold, whichever it matters. And you need 3 people to do a job and you got 1.5 because somebody had to leave, go somewhere else. This is why I got upset when we first started talking about revenue neutral, because they said we we're going to lay 80 people off or whatever. There are areas that we have no choice but to put more people power in. And I believe this is one of them. Because if I'm coming in here every day and I'm doing this and I'm doing that, and then and I got a big old list, and I do everything on that list that day, and I come in the next day and the list is even bigger, and they still expect you to do the same thing. Morale in certain departments is super low. And I knew this before you guys got here because I heard it from the people that are working with you. I think it's wrong to put that much pressure on these folks to do that kind of job and a quality job on top of that. The quality hadn't dropped. But you want to feel like you're somebody when you walk in there. You want to feel like, Jesus Christ, I got to go do this again. Then you go home and we all got bad attitudes when we get home because we're pissed because of how bad the work is. You know, we need to get our act together, give these folks some more people power to do the job and to do it right, and not just a handful. How many folks are you down? How many folks are you down?
Oh, we're 23 vacancies right
And
now.
then you got 12 that can go anytime or 12 that feel like they want to go.
7 to go at any time, and then we're projected to lose 14 of those positions that we were budgeted for this year.
It's a real issue, folks. You wouldn't want that done to you. You wouldn't want them piling all that work on and well, this guy's leaving or that guy's leaving or this guy got promoted. You know, it makes your life miserable. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. And thanks to the Public Works for all you do. I appreciate it very much. I heard you spoke about trash. When's the last time you went down to K-32 between 40th and 57th Street?
About 30 minutes before this meeting started.
Uh-huh. Who's supposed to pick that up?
It's a great question. There is no funded line in our budget for illegal dumping.
I find that unacceptable answer. That's ridiculous. Somebody has to do it. Who's going to do it? The finance department? Are you kidding me?
I absolutely don't disagree with that. And a little bit of, I heard Greg from NRC speak about this. We've drove this narrative at every monthly meeting with NRC about, the staffing that Dwayne just explained when you were picking up all illegal dumping, the 41 employees that he has spent most of Monday and Tuesday, half of Tuesday, picking up that material, just on Call Drive. I call it K-32 too, Call Drive. That keeps them away from pothole patching and so on. So when the rearrangement with B&L with the abatement team, that brought a little light to it. I completely agree with you. Illegal dumping in our community is a major problem that we need to all put our heads together to change that culture that's acceptable.
Well, someone needs to clean it up. That's an unacceptable answer. I'm sorry. For all you good that all of you do, somebody needs to do it. And what, because you don't have the budget, well, you just explained that illegal dumping was part of your budget.
Here's the other issue too, why we wanted to really bring light to it. And again, I appreciate you bringing this up. Problem is we pick it up on Monday and it's back on Wednesday.
Sure,
Pick it up on Wednesday and it's back on Thursday.
right?
Have to enforce. We got over 3,000 that we know of, over 3,000 reports of illegal dumping. There was only 60 citations written, over 3,000 reports.
Yeah.
You have to change that curve to allow them to focus back into their core responsibilities.
Jeff, I go down that a lot of times. The same trash has been there 4 to 6 weeks. So don't tell me that it's getting picked up. It's not getting picked up.
Correct. Right now, it's not. You're exactly correct.
So who's going to pick it up?
Commissioner, can I jump on this? So the trash that you see down there on K-32, understand this, that with our staffing levels, the 31 employees that we have working all across the 2,400 lane miles of Wyandotte County, all of them in different various areas, we're broken down into different working groups: special services, street preservation, traffic. And out of those, that special services, it's about 9 employees. 9 employees are tasked with picking up illegal dumping. Also at the recycle center, which is another thing that we offer to the residents, they pick up brush from storm debris. That same group of 9 people pick up the storm debris. That same group of the 9 people also work in alleyways. That same group also does guardrail repair. So when you think about trash all over our community, the true issue is the bad behavior. That's what we need to fix. It shouldn't be a burden on the street department. It should be holding people accountable in our community. The citations that were given, I think, what was it, 2024?
3 years.
3 years.
Yeah, over the 3 years as well. So over 3-year average is what we supported. So about 60 citations a year. And the sad part of that is 80% of the citations went to Wyandotte County residents. The belief is that people are coming into Wyandotte County and dumping in our streets and in dead ends. It's not. It's our own residents. We have unlimited bulk 3 times a week on our curbs. We do dumpster days. We just did the flood collection here just a few weeks ago, publicized it, put on every possible thing we could. We filled 1 container out of 12. I drove down a drive after that. There was more dumping. That's when they dumped the boat that day. When they
Boat's been there for a month.
That's when we did the
I
dumping.
mean, you know,
I don't disagree. It's very frustrating for us. We know we could be so much more productive than just focusing in on just that.
well, maybe if it doesn't get picked up in the next few days, I'll get hold of the media and they'll be glad to go out there. And then I bet it'll get picked up, Jeff. And I'm not on you. I'm just saying in general.
Diana Miles, solid waste manager. So I did a little bit of the calculations on how much is spent on illegal dumping for half a day for the street department. With 4 employees that they sent out on Quad Drive on June 26th exactly, they picked up almost 20 tons of trash and items along there. So including equipment, staff, and the disposal cost about $2,400. So if the street department were to do that half day every week for the full year, it costs us about $124,000. So that's just giving kind of a money to the issue as well. It's the street department may have the equipment and the staff, or not the staffing, but some people that will go out there and clean it. However, solid waste is the one that pays for that disposal.
If you don't have the personnel to do it, then why don't you contract it out and get it done within your budget? You'll find money there.
Yes, we can ask budget. You guys help us find the money to contract that out?
That would be pretty hard because, I mean, there are some pretty tight budgets.
Well, I get a lot of hard questions from my constituents too about it. And why isn't it getting done? And what, don't you have any influence to get it done? You know, I get tired of it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Davis.
Thank you. And to all of our Public Works staff, thank you all for the work that all of you are doing. I echo the sentiment and frustration that we all feel regarding this issue because this is our community. We have a residency requirement, which means our families, businesses, right, kids, grandparents, right? Everybody is having to deal with this issue. I think where we are at is a watershed moment where what we are doing right now may not be enough. And that is in no way, shape, or form a characteristic of you all's effort. I think you all have not been well resourced or supported. And that's what I'm hearing, because your job is not enforcement. Your job is not to give out citations. And so if we can track 3,000 worth of citations, then there are questions of what code enforcement is doing and what their capacity is, what KCKPD is doing, what their capacity is, because none of this can be solved by one particular department. And so I do think that for this particular budget, because we still are earlier in the process, that we should get a more robust proposal of what it looks like to really go after this issue. It's not just called Drive, it is all over our community in every district, all the way north to Leavenworth Road, all the way south, right, to county line. And so just wanted to say that. I want to talk about the street maintenance positions. Mr. Wayne, you had talked about the need for more. How many vacancies do you have right now in your department?
Currently, we're at 23 vacancies.
23 vacancies, okay. And in this upcoming budget for 2026 that's proposed, how many vacancies would be included in the 2026 budget?
About 14 of those positions.
14, okay. How many on average would you say you have been able to successfully hire within a year?
I think in this year, we hired, if I remember correctly, I think we hired about 6 or 7.
6 or 7, okay. So I guess one of the things that, because we hear now from street maintenance, from your department or your division, your department, we heard from KCKPD, we've also heard from the Sheriff's Department of this need for more. My question or my concern is if we were to budget that out, that is money that residents are spending, we want to make sure that those dollars can be used and we can be confident that those vacancies are not sitting there for the 2027 budget. So what would you be confident that you could hire in 2026? If it's not 7, what is that number?
Dwayne Smith, Street Department Manager. I think that if we were to, if I had to put a number on it, given the time that we would need to hire to go out and try to find potential candidates, I would say maybe 10 to 15. I mean, that'd definitely help us. I think the biggest issue right now is that we are a union shop. So we have union contracts that we have to uphold. So our hiring process is a little bit different than other departments. So we have we have entry level as a general laborers. And so we would have to move guys up. Since I took this position, I've seen vacancies, and we have been aggressive at moving people up, doing more training, getting so we can free up a lot of those other positions and bring more qualified staff in as well. So we've been very aggressive, our team, at bringing people in. We also do a lot of, well, at the time before the hiring freeze, we have a hiring committee within Public Works, and we go out to different job fairs and recruit our recruitment team, and we try to recruit as many as we can. But of course, like you said, just certain, being able to find talent within Wyandotte County and kind of being stuck to that, that also is a, hindrance at times. But
Sure.
we still have a lot of people that are interested in the street maintenance. I mean, my work day along and my other leadership team, we have people that have applied, since the before the hiring freeze.
Yeah, I guess what I would encourage and what I would like to see is if we're going to go back to the table and if, again, for KCKPD, for you, for the sheriff, if everybody's saying, I need more people, the response then is prove to us you can hire and you're not going to have that many vacancies sitting in your department. Because if we continue to see that, then we will not necessarily be as confident that those particular positions can be filled. We do want you all to be successful. And of course, we want particularly you to have the ability to not only continue to aggressively address our annual pavement preservation issue, but also for snow plowing and our need for maintenance when the winter comes. I did see in the budget a sidewalk gap program. Briefly, somebody explain what that is.
Before you jump on, I do want to add that as we were bringing people in, we also had people leaving as well. So we had
Yes.
terminations, we had self-inflicted terminations, we had people that just chose to leave on their own as well. So that was we were kind of, as we bringing people in, we had people that were exiting as well. So that's kind of,
The net impact.
exactly.
Sure, for sure. Yes, please, sidewalk gap program.
Brandon Grover, Road and Bridge. The Sidewalk Gap Program is a remnant of probably 3 or 4 commissions ago. One of the commissioners was very, very forward in wanting a large amount of sidewalk money to close those gaps in areas where there aren't, where there just aren't and weren't built out ever. So there was dedicated funds associated with that. So when we would go through and repave a road or do ADA ramps or something like that in an area where there was a gap, 1 block, 2 blocks, half a block, something smaller like that, that's what those funds would be used for. And that comes out of the dedicated sales tax fund, which is the Fund 212, which was discussed earlier for neighborhood infrastructure.
Okay, and there is funding in the 2026 budget for this particular program. Do you know how much it is?
I believe it's 200,000.
Okay, gotcha. It's not a ton of money. Gotcha.
No, it was never really funded at a large amount to try and look at an entire neighborhood to redo. It was truly just individual gaps.
Gotcha.
One of the ones we did was out in front of Piper High School where there was the new houses built across the street. There wasn't sidewalk on that east side of the street. So we used that to connect from the north road to the south road. We've done a couple other areas like that down in Argentine and in Turner as well over the past couple of years.
Gotcha. There is a KDHE grant, and I'll talk with building and logistics. I've already let them know about illegal dumping, and so we'll love to see us apply for that. We are in the process of putting a sales tax on the ballot, and it's a possibility if we agree to put a sales tax on the ballot this year. And I think it would be appropriate for you all at the very least to be in the room because our community, yes, they are putting skin in the game, but we're just not going to be able to fund this at the current property tax level and the current sales tax levels that we are currently generating revenue from. And so we really need you all's help in painting that picture so folks can really understand we need these additional dollars. And if it's not going to come from property taxes, I don't think it should come from property taxes to this extent, then it needs to come from somewhere else. Thank you.
Real quick, Brandon Grover, Road and Bridge. Public Works has done very extensive looks at this over the last 4 or 5 years. Different funding mechanisms besides sales taxes or property taxes, things like that. There's some very innovative approaches out there that state governments as a whole and even the federal government is looking at for the interstate highway system that really give the person, the driver, the ability to dictate kind of how much their fee gets charged based on how many miles they drive, things like that. So we've got a lot of information on that. That was something we plan to bring up in the infrastructure subcommittees when we start those back again.
Commissioner Townsend has her hand raised.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to Commissioner Lopez and then circle back to Commissioner Townsend.
Yeah, I was, the illegal dumping, I have to agree with Commissioner Davis about, I mean, it's not your job to, write the tickets and, it just falls on our lap. I found plenty of trash dumped that I actually put on rubber gloves and went through it and found they're so dumb. They put their mail in there. And one trash had a guy from Independence that had his job application with social security number, everything, phone number. I'm like, oh, good thinking. But a question, do we have an account at Waste Management where your trucks go and just dump, right? Is that correct?
Yes. We just did that this year to lower costs, so staff now is able to go to the landfill.
They just go straight there? Okay. Because my question is, I have a great big dump trailer. It's huge. I fill it up with trash on my time, my fuel. But is it okay for me to go and just say, hey, I need to put this on the UG account
No.
as far as dumping?
No, please don't do that.
No, that's why I'm asking.
No. They have a list of our equipment and trucks and the numbers that are tagged on the each vehicle. So that's how, when they go in to get weighed, that's how they bill us.
Okay. And then I want to throw this at you too. Commissioner Burns had a good point as far as contracting it. There's a guy that I use, and he has a great big dump trailer, and he actually has all he's from Turner, Wyandotte County, but he gets all the trash accounts like at Platte City Fair and different fairgrounds, and he goes and picks it all up. And I asked him one day, I called him, I was like, hey, what would you charge to go pick up the trash? Like, what would you charge us? And he was coming up with a number like around 800 to 1,000 per full trailer load. And which I don't think that would be, I mean, he could get a lot of sites done, of trash moved. So maybe that's something we can explore and talk later. But yeah, I mean, it's just him and one guy or whatever, him as equipment versus our equipment, our trucks, 4 guys, whatever, that's something we can explore, maybe talk about. But I kind of, okay, yeah, I've got another question, but I'll wait until this is done. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Townsend?
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening to Mr. Miles and Mr. Smith, Mr. Grover. Carrying on, the conversation about dumping and who might do it. Mayor, this goes back to what I was saying before about as they move forward with these abatement teams. That might be something for the abatement team to do, and I think has been done in the past. One thing for sure is that only our street department can fill in the potholes, the fissures, and once we know the existence of those things, that makes the UG liable for that. So they are, by doing that job, limiting money we might otherwise have to pay for claims. And to bring this home, just last week, in response to a constituent's complaint about some potholes around one of our schools, and I made that known to Mr. Smith and his team. They were out there the next day to take care of that. I've said this before. A lot of times our constituents will complain to us, but they don't report it. So I did, and they were out there the next day. And in light of what I've heard tonight, how short-staffed they are, that is remarkable that they are as responsive as quickly as they can be. So they apparently need some help, as we've heard from several other of the departments tonight. So that might be something that we could consider within who's doing it. Commissioner Lopez's suggestion about a contractor, may have some teeth to it. So nobody can do the potholes but the street department. So I appreciate what they've done. I would ask Mr. Smith, I know I do the pothole patrol usually around February, March, after we're past snow, but it seems as though this is more of a year-round thing than a seasonal thing that I thought. I'd like your comments on that, your observations on that.
Thank you, Dwayne Smith, Street Department Manager. Yeah, you're absolutely right. A pothole patch is a temporary fix. If we get a historical rain or we get big rain events, or after a hard snow when the ground is frozen and thaws out, uh, the patch is coming out. I mean, there's no other way to say it. So when you talk about patching over 40,000 potholes and now leading up to close to that this year, these are reoccurring locations that we are constantly revisiting. We're having to patch these potholes over and over and over again. And that's just the name of the game. And just, it's just what it is. Our infrastructure is truly failing. And this is the actual signs right here that live and breathing results of that. So.
Okay, so it's not just a January to kind of April thing. This is something you see year round that you're dealing with.
Correct. And then with the staffing levels, I mean, it's hard to keep up. We need people. We need people.
Okay. To make sure I understand, you currently have 32 or 42 for full time?
We currently have 43 total. I'm sorry, 42 total and 31 work staff.
Oh, okay.
So the boots on
Yeah,
the ground is 31
okay.
employees.
Okay. Subject to another 14 possibly leaving next year. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. Also just wanted to express my appreciation to Mr. Brandon Grover. Worked with him on the dedicated sales tax money in Parkwood years ago, helping get sidewalks either put in where there hadn't been any or upgraded significantly, working with that Parkwood neighborhood group. And Mr. Miles and his staff, who I've worked with recently with some drainage issues, problems, going out to the community and explaining to people face to face what they could do, even in those situations where the constituents may not have understood, but working with them and giving them clear direction and guidance. Nevertheless, that's hard to do. So I appreciate it. And I would be supportive of giving the street department more bodies. It just seems like they need it. And that limits the liability or lessens the likelihood of liability to the UG. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I just, I'd like to add, I totally support you, Mr. Smith, and getting you the people. I encourage this commission, not just now, but even commissioners moving forward and mayor moving forward, that if we're really our streets and things like that. I mean, this goes back to what I've really challenged our commission and our staff to look at, is identifying what are the essential services. And to me, this is an essential services. Public safety is an essential service. And really defining and prioritizing those essential services and then budgeting accordingly based on what's important, not just this commission, but to our community. And I can tell you, streets as well as blight is that. And I don't mean this in any kind of way, so please don't take it like that. I'm offering a suggestion when it comes to blight. I do agree with Commissioner Burns on another note. I believe that there was a team of, I don't know if Miss Miles said there's a team of 4 that go around and occasionally and pick up trash or. Okay.
Yeah, so in our special services, so We have a small crew. And when we have bodies that are here, people that are here, not on vacation, FMLA, things of that sort, we could throw whatever resources that we have towards illegal dumping.
Right.
Like I said, it's just, if we have the staff available. to
Yeah.
Tackle it.
So you do have that. Sometimes, and this is just a recommendation, sometimes if you change the way you look at things, it changes the way you see things. I understand, the fact that, you know, you don't have the bodies, but I kind of, I don't mean this disrespectfully, I kind of agree with Mr. Burns. You cannot just not do anything. It'd be example, when I was a police officer, it's being saying, well, people speed all the time. My tickets aren't going to make an impact. I mean, and I just shut down and I don't do traffic enforcement because people just speed all the time. You know, they're gonna, and that's just what they do. But I do think that in light of this, and this is a question, I don't know, this is a question, our contract with Waste Management, are they obligated in any kind of way to pick up those bulk items that are in plain view along any of our roadways or in K-32? And I know they're wanting a new contract. This might be that opportunity to maybe add some of those types of things to this new contract they've been so anxiously wanting us to do, to go into carts and saying, okay, maybe you don't pick up bulk from every residence unless, you know how that dynamic works, what's been agreed to. But if we call you, if Public Works calls you and we've got a boat sitting in the middle of the roadway or on the side of the road, maybe you go pick it up as part of your contract, because they're getting a sweet deal, if you ask me, to get their contract negotiated when they still got till 2032 or whatever it is. So I think this is an opportunity to kind of look, it's not just what they can get, what can we get to bring value to our residents as well? And then, to me, when you talk about blight being a huge deal, and I know the administrator's working, trying to reconfigure that and make it more efficient and streamline that operation. But this is an all hands on deck type of deal. When you talk about being a priority, Commissioner.
He's alive.
Well, I tell you what, folks, I'm going to end it here. Okay, we got one more. I'm going to let Commissioner Lopez make his last statement. But no, I'll get go. We've got several more slides. If you can hold that, I just want to recommend that all hands on deck, this ought to be all the departments that deal with this coming together, including the police department, and coming up with a strategic plan. I know what I did. We would do blitzes once a month, once a quarter. We'd go out and we'd do a crime blitz in an area based on hotspots. We knew this was a hotspot. We'd do a crime blitz. We'd work it, and we'd go do another one the next month, and we'd circle back. I don't know if we're really thinking outside the box like that, because, and I agree with the Commissioner Burns, there should never be a situation where, and I'm not knocking you, Jeff. I get what you're trying to say, but there should never be a situation where we're telling the public we're not picking it up, because that stuff will continue to pile up and pile up, and it just looks bad. And so staff has to figure out a way to address the issue. And that's what we pay you to do. That's what we expect you to do. I know it's hard. You don't have a lot of staff, but sometimes it's not just hitting it every day. Sometimes just coming up with a street pen to make sure that you touch it, and then you circle back on an as need basis. I'm going to let Commissioner Lopez go, and then Jeff, I'll let you finish up. And then just anybody that's watching, we don't have any technical equipment. We have one mic, I believe, maybe two. And so we cannot conduct this meeting in a responsible way. And so after these few, I'm going to entertain a second on Commissioner Kane's motion to adjourn.
Thank you, guys. I just want to go over this really fast, and I'm gonna speed right in front of you. So Public Works is asking 1,551,034. Public Works Services, a little over 4.1. Engineering, 14.5, a little over that. A little over 9.3, almost 9.4, so 9.388. Geo is a little over 1 million. Fleet Services is a little over 5.4. Environmental Services is a little over 58. And Solid Waste is 13.4. Now, mind you, you're asking 100,000, I'm sorry, 100 million. 551,034 is what you're asking, is what you're telling me. When you add those up, it's 105,971,034. So I don't know, there's a $5.4 million discrepancy there. So I've been trying to figure it out.
So we decided to include fleet services in the presentation, even though it's an internal service fund. So it's not part of the front slide. And if you look at that division, we hadn't gotten to it yet. It is 5.4 million. So that makes up the difference.
Well, that'd have been nice to know before the meeting, wouldn't you think? I mean, I'm not saying, I'm just saying that'd have been nice to know. But it's just kind of odd where Commissioner Burrows was at, when you're around the same number, 5.4, I think, something was off. I don't know. I'm just trying to figure this out. I don't know. It's just kind of a hiccup.
We'll get back with you, Commissioner Lopez,
Yeah.
on it.
That would be phenomenal. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner, Mr. Miles.
Thank you, sir. Just real quick, and I know it'll be over. I do want to go back to illegal dumping because I think I make Commissioner Burns and the rest of you happy. I completely agree with you, Mayor. It's all about having a system in place of enforcement, investigation for the enforcement, as well as we have parks, we have streets, we have environmental service, we have a lot of equipment, a lot of people that will definitely attack. And the last one, attack this as well. But some good news I did want to give you guys. Commissioner Lopez, we'll take you up on your offer with your trailer. Take as many loads as you want on dumpster days. You can't go to landfill though. As many as you want. That's September 5th and 6th. Load that trailer up many times as you want. I do want to give BPU, I don't want to jump out of turn here, but BPU did reach out to us and ask for a meeting, how they can help with illegal dumping as well. And I thought that was very proactive on their part. They have equipment and people as well. We have that meeting set up in like a month is what they reached out to. Less than a month? Okay, a couple of weeks, we're going to do it. So I don't want to commit them, but they did reach out, and I do want to give them credit that they see it and they want to address it as well. And we will address that after tonight, before the end of the week. Can we get to that, Dwayne? Call drive, Commissioner. That's all I had, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The mics are dead. I got a motion to adjourn. There's a second from Commissioner Davis, clerk.
Roll call. Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Burns. Hill. Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner,
Lopez. Stites.
aye.
Davis. Bynum. The vote is 9-0. The motion carries.
Thank you, and thank you for your patience. Have a good evening. And I will say, we will finish these slide presentations this Thursday at our next budget, 5 o'clock at our next budget workshop meeting. Yeah.